Do you want to promote your business? Do you want to talk about your nonprofit organization? Do you want to talk about your culture? Introducing the online web TV, Afric Today. Fogham, where you can watch us live at the same time on 4 platforms: Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and using the Afric Today app. Download our app today for Android or Apple. Promote your business today. For more information, go to www.africtoday.com. Afric Today, the best of digital TV.
Good morning, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you have a wonderful day. Distinguished speakers, panelists, and audience around the globe. My name is Prudence Sebahizi. I'm the Chief Technical Advisor and the Head of African Continental Free Trade Area, AFCFTA Negotiation Support Unit at African Union Commission, Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. I'm your moderator today. To make this event as interactive as possible, I'm joined by Professor Val Okaru-Bisant, Esquire. She is the CEO and the founder and General Counsel for Afrocosmo Development Impact LLC, Maryland, USA. She's a business and trade professor at the Catholic University of America, Washington, D.C. Today, she is co-hosting this event and will assist me in moderating the session. This event is recorded by Afric Today Digital TV, broadcasting from Virginia, USA, and Hype TV broadcasting from Kingston, Jamaica. Welcome you all to this high-level, timely, and vital event, which is co-hosted by Afrocosmo Development Impact, Squire Patton Boggs, and the Caribbean Institute of Alternative Dispute Resolution from Jamaica. You will listen to esteemed trade and development experts and your favorite Nollywood and Jamaican creatives who will share their views on productivity, intellectual property rights, strengthen transboundary networks, formalization, competition, and inclusiveness issues within the framework of the ACFTA and COVID-19 pandemic. The objective of this event is to discuss the question: what are the substantive, practical, and innovative measures to strengthen productivity and transboundary connectivity of small and medium enterprises in the creative industries in Afro-Caribbean nations? The measures include the protection of intellectual property rights, competition, formalization, incentivization, and inclusiveness issues within the framework of COVID-19 pandemic and the African Continental Free Trade Area. My co-moderator Val and I will first give you some background of our subject matter today. Let me start by setting the core discussion and relate it to the African Continental Free Trade Area. As you all know, January 1st, 2021 marked a significant milestone in Africa with the commencement of trade under the AFCFTA. The start of trading was celebrated across Africa as a historic day for the continent, as it marked the day Africa took the giant step closer to a vision of an integrated Africa. The AFCFTA is the game changer in the sense that it will be transformative for Africa and her people. It is an agreement that will bring tremendously positive economic impact on African people and the continent at large. Through the AFCFTA agreement, African countries will create a single market that will spur industrialization, economic diversification, and trade. It will also be an instrument which will bring African countries together to formulate a common agenda for Africa to speak with one voice and act in unison, thereby leveraging Africa's strength in her commercial and diplomatic engagements within the rest of the world. As you are aware, Africa as a continent is characterized by small economies and smaller markets, with many behind the border limitations that the AFCFTA undertakes to address to create favorable conditions for the development of an African economic community. Fragmentation in Africa brings with it uncompetitiveness and a host of other weaknesses which make Africa's economies fail to grow at rates high enough to reduce poverty and overcome the underdevelopment trap that they find themselves in. With this structural weakness, our countries are also vulnerable to manipulation, both politically and commercially. The AFCFTA is a platform, therefore, on which Africa can build back her economies and move forward with courage and determination towards attaining our shared ambition and vision encapsulated in the African Union Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. By creating one African market, we are transforming the landscape to bring in trade a large market of more than 1.2 billion people, which is expected to grow up to 1.7 billion in the next 10 years. And we are also creating large economies of scale, which will in turn attract large scale and long-term investment. The AFCFTA will create largest free trade area in the world, measured by the country that are participating in it. We are here talking about 55 African countries with a combined GDP of 3.4 trillion US dollars. Arising from this, the basic incentive for businesses operating in the AFCFTA is that they will face huge and attractive opportunities. The AFCFTA will also contribute to the welfare of the people. The recent World Bank study on economic and distributional impact on the AFCFTA revealed that the real income gains from the full implementation of the AFCFTA agreement could increase by 7%, which is nearly translated into 450 billion US dollar. This is a huge amount. The AFCFTA will therefore significantly boost African trade, particularly intra-regional trade in manufacturing. Related to this, inclusiveness at the community level, national level, and continental level is a very key area of focus in the AFCFTA. We have confidence that it will lead to poverty reduction. The AFCFTA, of course, will make sense, substantially contributes to their decent livelihood. Of course, the same study by World Bank has revealed that AFCFTA will lift up to 30 million Africans out of extreme poverty and another 68 million Africans out of moderate poverty. So in total, we have 100 million Africans who will be lifted out of poverty by implementing the AFCFTA agreement. You can see that AFCFTA creates a lot of opportunities. Investors will take advantage of this large AFCFTA market, which is of course governed by harmonized rules and regulations to make Africa their production base. In addition, the small and medium enterprises will take advantage of regional value chains to enhance their business horizon in Africa. With AFCFTA, Africa will be commercially attractive to large-scale and long-term investment from all parts of the world, as well as to the small and medium enterprises. You all know that the SMEs are the backbone of almost all African economies. They account about 90% of some African countries' economies and are the largest sources of employment. We also know that globalization and connectivity are new realities that have brought profound changes in the lifestyles worldwide. This is reshaping the overall pattern of cultural production, consumption, and trade in a world increasingly filled with images, sound, text, and symbols. There is a clear need to better grasp the complex interactions among the economic, cultural, technological, and social aspects guiding the dynamics of the world economy and the way people live in the 21st century. In this era of transformation, creativity and knowledge are fast becoming powerful, and they are becoming the means of fostering economic development. In this context, the interface among creativity, culture, economics, and technology, as expressed in the ability to create and circulate intellectual capital, has the potential to generate income, jobs, and export earnings, while at the same time promoting social inclusion, cultural diversity, and human development. This is what the emerging creative economy has already begun to do as a leading component of economic growth, employment, trade, innovation, and social cohesion in most advanced economies. The creative economy also seems to be a feasible option for developing countries. If effective public policies are put in place, the creative economy generates cross-cutting linkages with the overall economy at macro and micro levels. It thus fosters a development dimension, offering new opportunities for developing countries to leapfrog into emerging high-growth areas of world economy. Global and regional trade flows of creative goods and services encompass trade transactions with complex interactions among culture, economics, and technology. Likewise, trade is framed within the rules and practices of the global trading system, such as a framework in the WTO, which is, of course, adopted as a multilateral trading system. But creative industry trade rules may also be influenced by other legal instruments, such as the UNESCO Convention on Cultural Diversity. Now, having provided that background, I would like to hand over the floor to my colleague, co-moderator, Professor Val Okaru-Bisant, to provide a background on this session and deliver the key messages about the topic backed by statistics. Over to you, Val. You're welcome.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Prudence Sebahizi, my co-moderator, and I welcome you all, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, esteemed presenters, distinguished keynote speakers to this event. This is session 1 of our event, which addresses productivity and connectivity of creative industries in Afro-Caribbean region. This is a very, very vital and timely event. Why is it vital and timely? We are talking about the creative industry that contributes a very high percentage to GDP in both regions, the Afro region, meaning the Africa region, and the Caribbean region. Just to give you a quick background before we move to our keynote speaker, small and medium enterprises are the backbone of Afro-Caribbean economies, right? They hire 80% of the workforce in those regions, but only 2% of them hire more than 8 employees, and more than 50% of those SMEs are survivalists, okay? They're mostly in the informal sector or unproductive services industry, right? So similarly, the creative industry is the backbone within the SME sector. The creative industry is the backbone of economies, as I mentioned earlier, in Afro-Caribbean region, right? When we talk about why are they really very critical, because they create jobs in terms of wealth creation, okay? And they contribute to GDP in those countries in terms of revenues. Now, let's look at the statistics on Nollywood first. Nollywood is ranked number 2 in the world, right? Second to Bollywood in India, okay? So Hollywood actually is number 3, okay? So it's ranked number 2 in the world, and it's the second source of revenue to oil in Nigeria, right? It generates 600, this is not me, this is legit statistics. It generates $600 million in government revenue annually in Nigeria, employs 1 million people, about 1 million people, and contributes 1.42%. That's about 7.2 billion, not million, billion dollars, okay, of Nigeria's GDP. Now, let's move to Jamaica, okay? In Jamaica, the creative industry is the third largest contributor to GDP, contributes about 5% of GDP. That's a lot, right? And it generates about 20 million in revenues annually, right? So the creative industry, although Nollywood is not represented, let's just talk about another place in Africa. It contributes about 1.3 to Ghana's GDP, okay? Now, having said that, what has happened since COVID to this industry? Has it, blossomed, or has it really gone under the drain or whatever? COVID-19 lockdown has actually shrunk investment possibilities, okay, especially for risk-averse investors in this area. It has worsened productivity challenges for the SMEs that are working in this industry. Even though they're benefiting their countries, the question becomes, what are their countries doing for them, okay, to help them to survive, right? Let me say that even though there are challenges within this sector, creative industry, some American companies have actually capitalized on the challenges. For instance, Netflix added 16 million new digital platforms, okay, and streaming services across the globe, right? Netflix also acquired distribution rights to Genevieve's Lionheart movie, right, the Nollywood actress, and they also acquired distribution rights, I believe, to Chief Daddy, another Nollywood movie. So the list goes on in terms of opportunities. More people are staying home now with COVID, and they're watching movies, they're listening to music at home and all. So with the challenges, there are opportunities. So given that as a backdrop, I also want to introduce my co-host, Christopher Malcolm, who also will be presenting, and my other co-host will be, and Christopher Malcolm is an attorney, he's an Esquire, and the other co-host of this event is Frank Samoles, who's also an Esquire, and will be presenting shortly. So with that as a backdrop, I want to hand over to Prudence Sebahizi, my esteemed co-moderator, to then introduce the first three speakers, including the first distinguished keynote speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Val, for that background backed by statistics. It's now my singular honor to introduce our distinguished keynote speaker, Mr. Ejike Asiebu. Mr. Ejike Asiebu, I hope you are here with us. I have seen you. Those who don't know Mr. Ejike.
I don't want to interrupt, but I forgot to introduce a very important guest to this event. We have the Nigerian Embassy represented, the Nigerian Embassy in Washington, D.C. We have Alhaji Mohammed, who's visiting, and also Terala Njo Kama, who's visiting from the Nigerian Embassy, because as you know, he's the trade attaché at the Nigerian Embassy, and we welcome you to this event. It's a very critical event. We're very pleased that you're representing Nigerian trade and investment interest here at this meeting. Thank you. I'm sorry, right. Prudence. Yes, I'm sorry for that.
Yes, no problem, no problem. We are happy to be with all the distinguished guests. Now, Mr. Ejike Asiebu is a seasoned entrepreneur, Nollywood actor, humanitarian, film director, and the former national president of Actors Guild of Nigeria. He is a multiple award winner, such as the City People Movie Special Recognition Award, City People Lifetime Achievement Award, among others. Mr. Ejike, over to you. for the keynote speech.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. It's my pleasure. And anytime there is a gathering of this such magnitude, I'm always pleased to see beautiful mothers. Let me use this period to acknowledge and congratulate our mothers who are doing well. We are still in the week celebrating women. And there's no doubt that this event being organized by Prof. Val Okaru and others will make the much desired impact. Madam Tarela Njokamma, I throw a salute, and to my African brothers and Alaji, you're all welcome. Christopher, Malcolm, and of course Prudence. What else can I say to Kuma and others who will be joining us shortly? I want to commend the organizers. We commend the organizers for this beautiful initiative. It's quite good when we talk about productivity and transboundary connectivity. It couldn't have come at a better time. Because of want of time, I will quickly just make my brief remark, and in that, I would like to say that the Nigerian film industry, of course, has been helping creating jobs in our country, in a country with an economy that relies basically on oil and agriculture. Of course, there is no doubt that Nigeria is one of the largest economies in the sub-Saharan Africa. Beyond oil, our economy covers almost all spheres of activities within the country, ranging from international, local, multinational cooperations, as well as numerous small and medium-scale enterprises. Today, the development and rise of youth-centered entrepreneurial skills remain key for Nigeria, and this is more apparent in our creative industry. By the scope and nature of the operations of each component parts of film, music, fashion, media, and IT, the creative industry in Nigeria falls within the ambience of medium and small-scale enterprises. And of course, this is in line with the National Policy on Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprises, MSMEs, based on employment and assets, as well as the Central Bank of Nigeria's Monetary Policies, Circular Number 22 of 1998. The Nigerian government over the years had initiated policies, interventionist programs, and schemes to support medium and small-scale enterprises. The National Policy on Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprises has given a clear distinction of enterprises based on employment and assets. And as a result of the global impact of Nollywood as the second largest movie industry in the world, and Nigeria's major cultural ambassador, the government under then President Goodluck in 2014 initiated the Project Act Nollywood, which was a funding grant of 3 billion naira. The objective of the fund then was to enhance the competitiveness of Nollywood industry, grow its market and share internationally, and ultimately provide more income and job opportunities. The objective of the fund was to enhance the competitiveness of the industry. It had three primary components aimed at developing the movie making value chain, namely the Film Production Fund, FFP, Capacity Building Fund, the CBF, and the Innovative Distributive Fund. The fact that some SME companies in Nollywood were able to access the grant then did not stop it from being a drop in the ocean, as several other companies revealed their inability to access the grant. More so, the disbursements were fraught with challenges. The novelty here was the fund being a grant that required no return on investment, but the assurance and certification of the funds being utilized for projects that they were meant for. Now, the coming of this present administration ushered in another initiative to fund Nollywood SMEs in 2015 through the nation's development bank, the Bank of Industry, BOI. And this was in form of single-digit loans to SMEs referred to as being without collateral. Now, a few players in our industry assess this soft loan initiative referred to as BOI, Bank of Industry Nolly Fund, like Project Act Nollywood Grant. This was also short-lived for near similar reasons as the grants. About 6 to 7 billion naira was disbursed as loans to various Nollywood companies to address production and distribution challenges in the nascent industry. Again, in 2018 and 19, before the COVID-19 pandemic, another ditch effort to fund SMEs in the Nigerian film industry was launched by the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, called the Creative Industry Initiative, CIFI. This was also a single-digit loan scheme that required little or no collateralization. This, beyond Nollywood, was designed for all sectors in the creative ecosystem, including the IT. Currently, the initiative, however, has been suspended due to challenges that are symptomatic to the earlier interventions. One thing that is clear, however, with all these initiatives is that they fail to address the very challenges that they were set up to address. The simple reason for this is that the initiators fail to recognize the link between production and distribution. No matter the amount of productions that are funded without commensurate development in channels available for distribution, be it cinema, OTT, streaming platforms, DTH, online, and all, the companies playing and plying within this ecosystem will seldom achieve their full potential in terms of growth and expansion. And that is why most SMEs in Nollywood struggle to achieve their full potential. To adequately address this challenge, more so with the COVID-19 pandemic unleashing itself on humanity, adequate funding and support initiatives will be required. And there's no doubt saying here that COVID-19 pandemic has already shot everyone. It is a global pandemic. It's a global nemesis of the world. And we are all still trying to grapple with it. And we hope that this form of event being organized by Prof and her team will help in sustaining and maintaining the tempo of regurgitating and improving and helping to sustain the SMEs that already fallen short as a result of the global pandemic. But we are positive that things will be able to leverage on the outcomes of this wonderful thing that have been put up today. I think I'll stop here. I do not wish to bother you and bore you the more, but I hope that it stands for as a very great and exciting discourse. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ejike. I think this was a very, very wonderful remarks and a wonderful message that has now set the context for our panelists, whom I'm going to invite and introduce. We are now entering the most exciting moment of our discussion or our session. I'm glad to receive Ms. Kerry-Ann Henry. Is Kerry-Ann Henry on the call?
I am. Hello, good morning, everyone. Good afternoon and good evening, wherever you're coming in from.
Yeah,
good. Yes, for those who don't know Kelly, I would like to introduce her as the Vice Principal Administration and Resource Development, Edna Manley College for the Visual and Performing Arts, and a ballet mistress and principal dancer, National Dance Theatre Company. She's a corporate and strategic planner, project manager, dancer, choreographer, educator, education technologist, arts and social development specialist, statistician, researcher, and entrepreneur. Ms. Henry, I can see that you have a very sound CV in the creative industry. go ahead and tell us more.
Diverse. Diverse is not. Okay, I am also going to share screen. I'm going to share screen. Yes, yes. So I would like to share screen because I have a presentation that I'd love just like persons to be able to walk through with me. But just to say that within our landscape in Jamaica, that diversity is it's not only as an area of interest, but also survival for some persons. You know, you have to diversify. You can't necessarily just stay in one zone. So I am going to focus on the dance industry within Jamaica, and we can kind of extrapolate it to the experience of the Caribbean. And I'm focusing on dance because I do have other colleagues from the music and theater industry who will be participating in the forum. So I am not able to share the screen, so but I will proceed regardless. So I want to talk a little bit about, I'm going to coin my topic, dancing a yard to abroad. And it's coming from a very popular statement from Rex Nettleford, Professor Rex Nettleford, whom I work with within the National Dance Theatre Company. He was a co-founder of the company for a number of years. And he used to say you have to dance a yard before you go abroad. And what that means is you have to do your work from home and build from that before you even take your product to a world stage. And also, it also spoke to a sense of identity. And we're going to get to that a little bit later when we start to talk about the sense of identity and the product. We're going to get to that a little bit later.
Sorry, can everyone else mute, please? Please mute and allow the presenter to go ahead. Right. Ms. Kerry,
thank you
sorry,
so much.
You can
That's all right. That's all right. It happens in Zoom land. All right. So I want to talk about how we can look at the Jamaican experience and model and this initiative here today. And I do want to say, you know, hello to all the embassies, representatives from embassies present, or distinguished keynote speaker, co-moderators, the other esteemed speakers and guests and fellow creatives, and you know, the organizers for putting together such an event, because it is through this type of medium that we really are going to be able to create a sustainable and viable option, particularly for this sector that I'm going to speak on. So we want to look at creating a viable and sustainable sector. So when we look at the dance landscape in Jamaica, we can look at it from a number of perspectives, as you saw from my CV. So I have a foot in each of these areas. So as a dancer, you have the performer themselves. So you have ballet, contemporary dance, traditional, urban and popular happening here in the landscape of Jamaica. And within that traditional, we look at our history and heritage. You have the African, Afro Caribbean, Chinese, Indian. We have our dance teachers. So that's in schools. They do curricular activities, extracurricular. They exist in universities and they have private dance studios. We also have our choreographers and we have dance companies. So I'm going to focus a little bit on the dance companies as a model moving forward, although I could speak about the experience of each of those areas. So as I said, like some people, you dabble a little bit in all the areas, and that actually has helped towards your viability and sustainability. So when we look at the dance company history in Jamaica, the National Dance Theatre Company was founded in 1962. And there were subsequent company formations from there. We have Movements Dance Theatre, LACADCA, United Caribbean Dance Force, the Company Dance Theatre, Dance Theatre Jamaica, Stella Maris Dance Ensemble. And then we have two groupings coming up out of a community urban kind of focus, and we have the Ashe Company and Dance Expressions. So pre-COVID, these companies used to organize themselves around touring, commissioned work, what we call gigs. And I'm differentiating commissioned work from gigs as a project that you have been asked to work around being a commissioned work, versus a gig being something you might be your repertoire that exists and It just is needed to be presented for a particular context or a function. Then there are some particularly who used to organize their own social work. So they would get grant funding, public-private sector partnerships and projects in health and edutainment, and also for cultural appearances. COVID-19 happened, and this is a landscape that we're still kind of working through. And so there is still some commercial work, there's still some gigs, and there's still some funding to produce work within the health and edutainment space. However, most, if not all of these have been transferred to a virtual space and a virtual landscape. And I would say too that a lot of the models were based on a mix of voluntarism and a not so sustainable steady flow of income for the participants in those companies. And for these models based largely on voluntarism, COVID shattered that kind of balanced foot in, foot here kind of viability model. So with the dance companies as a potential, looking at dance companies as a potential model and approach, I'd like us to talk a little bit about the sector and landscape and what we can do. So what we learned from some of these companies is that they each represent and have owned a particular segment within the landscape. So they've created their own niche products. So you have like the NDTC model where they have contemporary and traditional work. They have a mix of singers, dancers, musicians, works from Netifod that can be catapulted from, and the Caribbean. And they have international choreographers originally composed and performed pieces. Then we have a Lock-Hadco model that we're creating a uniquely identifiable product or style in the form of Lantec by its creator, Dr. Lantoinette Steins. We have the Ashe model, edutainment, social work, musical theater presentations. And then you have the dance expressions model, popular content, popular and traditional work, and staging those for events. Now, coming out of the COVID-19 pandemic, we have to look at a new sense of touring in a virtual space. So when we're looking at dancing a yard to abroad, viability and sustainability, I just want to quickly highlight some challenges. So there is a lack of formalization. There's a lack of incentive to not only join the industry, but also to be sustained in the industry for various realities. Unemployment is high and steady employment is low to non-existent. The entertainment industry went on lockdown during COVID-19, and that reduced to no revenues and reduced corporate sponsorship, which a lot of the companies also relied on. But we have some opportunities. So one of the centering of this particular topic and this particular audience is we really have to now create something new. And one of the reasons I love this effort is the reaching out and the coming together of community. So we have a saying in Jamaica, one cocoa full basket. So where we can together do our little part, we can create a market that can offer sustainability to this particular sector. So which unlike the earlier examples of film from Nollywood, for example, and theater that even within Jamaica can sustain, the dance space has not been able to create such a model that sustains employment. So we can look at determined areas and types of regional cooperation that are possible and push the development agenda. We can look at market creation through transboundary networks, through group organizations. We can look at utilizing technology, innovations, and the platform to not only create the markets and crowdsource, but also to launch the product and create that new stage virtually. We need to look at and leverage brand recognition and promotion. So for example, that's Caribbean music and dance content in the areas of calypso, reggae, carnival. We can look at government focus and direction and investment. And think tanks, groups, and so we can have an employment think tank that looks at how we can create full-time and sustained earnings throughout the year versus sporadic and full-time, sporadic or part-time employment. We can seek to enhance the potential of social benefits in crafting initiatives. So we obviously have to recognize the impact of the arts within the community and social development, and that cannot be absent from any discussions. I'm going to wrap a bit with product development and income generation models and talking about supporting institutions. So from a product development perspective, we look at calculating the scale at which the market can output at its highest efficiency and uniqueness, focusing on the lessons learned from the dance companies highlighted, creating niche products. But as with COVID-19 and those lessons, we need to be able to rethink and go out the box to disaggregate products in a way that uniqueness, creativity, and content are not compromised from mass markets. So spend some time, yes, still developing your seasons of dance, but what are some of those minimum viable products you can put to market to earn from? We can look at income generation models. So earning through leasing and use of intellectual property rights, strengthen transboundary networks, and expanding a relationship with the African markets, the Caribbean and the diaspora markets. But all of this speaks to supporting institutions. So we need training. There's the Edna Manley College of the Visual and Performing Arts. So the premier institution in the English-speaking Caribbean that offers specialized training within the various art forms. There's formalization. So we need that kind of entrepreneurship and business development support. And there's actually a newly developed small business development center at the Edna Manley College of the Visual and Performing Arts that looks at that kind of entrepreneurship and business development support. There's the facilitation of transboundary penetration in COVID-19. And finally, but by no means least, there needs to be a standards and quality control framework set up that can offer persons a clear outline of what standards are expected globally and to maintain, how to arrive at and maintain those standards. So we spoke about dance in a yard before you dance abroad. And I want to say that actually now what we need to do is create a new yard. This is the yard that we are creating here together so that we can have a market to create a viable sector. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Kerry. This is excellent presentation, and we are learning a lot from you, especially in this dance industry, and what has to be done in terms of supporting the industry and in terms of building a business model that will generate income. Let me introduce the next speaker. We have on the call Mr. Kumar Firebent. Kumar, are you still around?
Yes, I am here. I'm here. What's up? Greetings, everybody.
Oh, great, Kumar.
Yes.
Which one do you prefer? Are you Firebent, Kumar? Fire.
Kumar, but the fire comes from, you know, my years as lead singer songwriter for my band Raging Fire. So
oh, that's Mr. Kumar is a musician. You are a musician and you are the founder of Culture Walk Music Group Enterprises. Would you please tell us more about the music now? I've been listening to your music from YouTube and I love it. Over to you.
All right, greetings to everybody. You know, thanks for having me, you know, esteemed guests and distinguished speakers, you know, and fellow creatives. You know, seeing Kerry, hold on 1 second, everybody hearing me, right? Okay. So just now, I'm hearing Kerry-Ann Henry, Miss Kerry-Ann Henry speak. You know, being a former student of Edna Manley myself, you know, I'm happy to learn about the developments and actually that there's a, you know, a business side towards developing, you know, the students at Edna Manley. So I'm gonna speak a little bit about, you know, what it really means, you know, to innovate and actually formalize. Because in Jamaica, over the years, you know, the music industry, while there's the formal side, there's also an informal approach, which is valued, I would say, at way more than the formal side of the music. So, for example, most artists during COVID at this point are still earning from what we call dub plates. So a dub plate is a customization of a record. So for example, I have a song called I Love You, but then, for example, Pepsi wants that song as an advertisement. But in this case, it's not Pepsi. In this case, it's a radio disc jockey or a sound system. So this side of the music for the last 30 years, you know, was birthed from sound system. And the sound system culture, which many of you might be aware of now with Versus and that Thriller deal that happened the other day where, you know, Swiss Beats and Timbaland sold their franchise of Versus, which featured Jamaican musicians and artists, Bounty Killer, Beenie Man, and, you know, a lot of rappers from the United States, because, you know, rap music and hip hop music was birthed from Jamaican culture, from Daddy U-Roy and the sound system toasting all these years. So when an American entity can realize that vision and take the sound system culture and make it into something of a great phenomenon and sell it for millions to another network, the good thing about it is that they kept all the entertainers on board and gave them a share in whatever was happening with the big deal. So just to say, the dub plate market of Jamaica, if it can be formalized, because right now it's really a black market, you know, you would say it's very informal. You can call, on an average day, you will get 10 songs from a sound system from Japan, from a sound system from Africa, from a sound system from Russia. People would call and you're paying 300 to 400 euros on average per song. And you find that this is how most of the artists survive without even flying or touring or even having streaming platforms put their songs up. Most of these artists I'm telling you about don't even have a record. So having that being said, innovating, I think, trying to, because I see an app by the name of Cameo that's somehow, you know, amazing, where celebrities from all around the world sign up to this particular app online and you're able to purchase specialized messages and customized greetings from your favorite celebrity. And this model is Jamaican, because we've been doing this for 30, 40 years and showing the world that, hey, you can take one song and make millions from it outside of the formal industry. So platforms such as Spotify and all of these different streaming platforms, a lot of people say, oh, it's such a bad thing, because artists make pennies. I would agree to a certain extent, but I would also disagree simply because when you can pay a subscription fee to unlimited amount of content, you know, and a monthly subscription, I think that benefits the consumers, and it also benefits the artist and give the artists and creatives more incentives to make top quality content, because most of the content being created, I would say globally, is coming from a lot of disenfranchised people, a lot of people who are coming from the ghettos, people who don't really have the education to actually know that, hey, you're supposed to get royalties, or you're supposed to get, you know, NFTs. That's what I'm seeing happening now online, where you can actually, you know, sell your clip online for tradable points like a Bitcoin. You know, so most of the youth don't understand this. And I think education is a big part of it. And getting the youth educated, you know, becomes a task that needs funding. It needs, you know, a lot of outreach programs to actually get the youth interested in having incentives to be a part of something globally, you know, because most of the youth, as soon as they get a hit record or a hit slang or a viral video, it doesn't last, you know, especially, you know, for the Jamaican youth in the ghetto. It works for some people because they understand how the system works, you know. So I think innovating and formalizing, you know, of our culture and cultures, you know, is something that we need to take very seriously, and hence Culture Walk. So Culture Walk came about when I was on a trip to Indonesia. I was touring for about 9 years with my band. We got nominated for the Grammys in 2017, and we went to the Grammys, and afterwards I realized that reggae music and the power that reggae music, you know, we kept on touring the United States, Russia, Europe, but not Africa. And I mean, Africa, you know, is the place that I always wanted to go. So I got a phone call from Mauritius, which is the Southeastern Pacific, you know, in Seychelles, Madagascar, Rodrigues Island. And I took a trip and I went there and I did 3 concerts. And to date, those have been some of my most memorable experiences and concerts, and realizing the access, you know, to Kenya, to Gambia, to all these different countries from Mauritius, you know, based on just, you know, the history and the connection. I realized that Africa is actually the new frontier, you know, not just for what they're calling Afrobeat or trap music that everybody's into, but actually reggae music has a new life, I believe, in Africa, based on the transformation that we want to see take place. So Culture Walk, you know, is actually bringing that energy, that vibe, you know, to African nations and to, you know, European countries as well, educating, as well as, you know, Indonesia, you know, and the Philippines, you know, some of these places that I've been, I realized that there is millions of people, you know, living and wanting, you know, content, you know, that can uplift, content that can actually drive them. And I'm saying a lot of this is unofficial, simply because you have a cell phone and people are living, you know, in wherever they're living, and they take a picture and they make a little video and it goes viral. How do you now, you know, monetize this? How do you now make this, you know, a drop in the bucket for the GDP of countries that you're from? You know, because people, the platforms that you give it to are making millions, simply because they understand exactly how it works. So coming from a musician, coming from Jamaica, you know, I'm all about innovating, you know, and formalizing, you know, and, you know, collaborating, you know, with different entities and SMEs worldwide, you know, so as to actually bring, you know, our culture forward, you know, and support other cultures, you know, educating Jamaicans as well about, you know, the global space and how we can all make money and get along. Yeah, so give thanks everybody. Kumar, Bent.
Excellent, Kumar.
Yes, Jack.
You're most welcome to Africa to perform music. Next time when we organize the CFTA caravan, we are going to invite you to. Now, my pleasure to hand over to introduce the next couple of speakers.
Yes, thank you, Prudence, and thank you very much for a wonderful keynote speech, AGK, and also wonderful presentations, Kerry and Kumar. That was awesome. So, you know, it's almost as if we thought through it when we organized the speakers, because the next 2 speakers we have, based on what you've talked about, you know, the need for innovating, formalizing, collaborating, you know, all the issues you've raised, the challenges, you know, you face financial, you know, these next 2 speakers are the gurus of negotiations and also, you know, sort of practicalizing, you know, creating that enabling environment. They're not from the public sector, but they're from the private sector. So they're the ones that will help to facilitate the process, even though, you know, they work in trade, investment, economic development. The first speaker, of course, is Christopher Malcolm, esteemed speaker. He's the president of the Caribbean Institute of Alternative Dispute Resolution. He was Attorney General, British Virgin Islands, and also He's the senior legal advisor to the Minister of Justice, and he's a senior lecturer, Faculty of Law, the University of West Indies, Mona campus. So, Christopher?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you, Madam. And certainly thanks to your co-moderator and to all the persons who are on. In the interest of time, I will not go through the list of our esteemed speakers and other persons presenting, except to say that I have been sitting and listening very intently and certainly enjoying the proceedings thus far, and I hope I can make a contribution that is worthwhile. Now, one of the things, and you've sort of, for me, this area is really a soft spot once we're looking at the creative sector, because I have for many years felt, and I still feel, that one of the few things that we have available to us in the Caribbean generally, and not just in Jamaica, that we are able to leverage and have competitive international advantage in and be able to benefit from in a sustainable way is the creative sector. Be it dance, music, theater, whatever the aspect. But of course, when we're talking about benefiting from anything, as you correctly have said, it is one thing to have ideas and innovative ideas and creativity and so on coming through. But in the absence of clear opportunities for formalization, in the absence of sustainable models for financing, and in the absence of creating a sustainable future for those who see themselves involved in it, then the sector will certainly not generate the sort of value it is intended to. And even if it does, as Kumar would have just mentioned, you will then have it being generated in the, not the black market as I like to think of it, but in the contraband market. You know, black is not the thing I like to speak of as bad. So it's the contraband side of it that we're trying to get rid of. So we don't want things to be dealt with in the contraband side. We want things to be brought into a formal structure that is best able to enable us to sustain ourselves and to generate wealth and generate good economic value. And of course, we take that a little further. It is through persons recognizing the inherent value of formalization that they are going to find reason to want to invest more of themselves in it and ultimately get more of it and ultimately make more available to GDP and so on as well. And that is something which unfortunately we haven't done very well at. And by way of just another opening comment, I'll say this, that while as a general rule, creatives do not want governments to tell them how to innovate, to tell them what to be creative about, to tell them how to develop their creative processes. They certainly want to know that there are incentive and other structures in place and supporting mechanisms in place that will enable them to take best advantage of the things that are theirs and be able to get the best out of what their input is. So that is by way of opening what I would wish to just put by way of sort of a framework background to what I'm about to say. But there's one story I like to tell persons, and it is what really led me to a great interest in the creative sector the way I have it now. And just by way of saying it, I am not, in and out of quotes, an intellectual property lawyer. I'm not. What I am is a banking and finance primarily lawyer who is in the area of commercial law in a very general way. But something came to me back in about 1993, as far back as that. I was in London, walking along Regent Street or one of those streets, can't remember which it was. And at the time they were launching Easy Jeans or relaunching Easy Jeans across Europe. And there was an ad campaign that was running. And just by way of extension, I'd say that same song that was used was subsequently and in more recent years used also for Corona Bear as an ad. And that ad campaign that was running an ad using a song called Easy Snapping, which is done by a Jamaican called Theophilus Beckford. Now, I can't begin to say what the royalty value and so on must have been to have been able to get Easy Jeans onto using it and for others to use it. So somebody clearly was making a lot of money out of easy snapping. The sad reality, however, is that Theophilus Beckford earned nothing of it. And Theophilus Beckford died a pauper about 3 years ago in Jamaica. And his story is not unique. I'm sure I could speak to similar stories of people I've had to deal with in Belize, and I'm sure you could replicate the stories in Ghana, Nigeria, and all over the place of people who have given themselves in a significant way to developing their craft, and they have simply had the value in it taken out by others where they themselves have not benefited much from it. And it is in those circumstances that I became a little interested in the area. And the question was, what can I do as a lawyer? And what can others of us do in our respective disciplines to ensure that we create a space for persons to benefit from their work? Recognizing, as I do, that if we create a beneficial space for the artists and others, it will ultimately create an even bigger impact space for all of us, so we can all do well at it in our professional spheres and so on. So what we do have at the moment is that you have a small group of persons I would consider greedy almost, who are getting benefits, but even they are short-sighted because they're not prepared to share and expand the value. They're probably not themselves either earning the maximum that they could possibly earn had they had a much more formal structure and ensure that more persons were benefiting from what they do. In Jamaica, we know, we're talking about the contribution to our economy and so on. We know that there are millions and millions of dollars sitting down in Europe and all over the place in royalties and so on that are uncollected because we have not put the appropriate structures in place, and people are not even aware of how to ensure that they collect their earnings from their performances and from the other things that are done. And the question is, how do we move away from what has inherently developed as a hustle mentality, where I just move from one gig to another and hustle to get something, to a situation where I move now to a sustainable future, including my pension and that of my children? Those are the things that we now have to see how we can put those structures in place to ensure that that happens. And in doing that, the starting point, of course, and Val, you're a lawyer, as I am, and others who are will know, that the starting point we like to tell people is that with the best of commercial ideas, unless you have them properly ring-fenced and protected by appropriate legal arrangements, you're in problems. But there also is a problem related to that, because in the context of Jamaica, for example, what we do know is that our music industry, certainly, maybe not as much for the theater industry and for the dance as it is for music. It really is a gangster culture that runs the street. You know, the question is who is the biggest boss around the place and who can do things. And very often as well, a lot of the people who get involved in the music industry in particular, probably less so for dance and theater, as I said, are persons who know very little about music, have very little interest in advancing music, but see a real opportunity to have their names in the limelight, or to use the music industry to advance some other activity, which could in some instances be nefarious activities. And we have to face up to that reality, that is a part of the difficulty that you have when you're trying to understand how the sector works and the levels of involvement you have to get in it. But it also goes to another level. A lot of the persons who are themselves involved in the music industry, and again, more so than dance, because we have, and Kerry could point this out, but in the area of dance, we have very often some very highly educated people in these dance troupes. People with PhDs, people, doctors, medical doctors, all sorts of things. For them, it is simply something that they grew up doing. They enjoy it. They don't want to leave it. But for them, they are very highly educated very often in the area of dance, and also in the area of theater, probably not as much so as dance, but dance in particular has an interesting history in the context of Jamaica and how it has developed. But in the context of music, very often you have people coming through into music who are highly talented, highly gifted, who don't have a lot of formal education, one, who are, as we would say in Jamaica, ignorant, and for those persons who don't understand that expression, somebody really, or persons who really are not prepared to listen to anybody, they're just prepared to do what they want to do. Effectively, that's the point. So we also have this phenomena, particularly in the music industry, as I said, where there is not only a lack of education and capacity available, but we do need some serious capacity building to help to take people to another level. And that is why, for example, what the Edna Manley School is doing is so important, because what they're able to do is to help to translate persons from raw talent into an understanding of the back end of what you do, and the back end of what enables you to establish yourself as a successful creative in whatever area you function in. And that for me is critical. And it of course requires a lot more support as we're seeking to get out into it. But what is also required as we go into this space is to get to a point where we are able to say to persons, let us devise and help you with modeling of putting programs together, which help you to understand your basic rights from a contractual perspective, help you to understand how to better negotiate or be assisted in your negotiation for impact, help you to understand, as I like to tell people, that there's nothing necessarily inherently wrong with your entering into a contract that I might consider bad. But you need to know when you're entering into a contract that could appear to somebody else to be bad. And you must do so knowing that you have long-term objectives. So something that might have a short-term particular impact, you're looking at how, by leveraging that, you can then get to something greater on the back end in a much more sustainable way. So that is, again, something we're going to have to look at. So we now have to look at ensuring that we in a very serious way, harmonize the training and development programs to better incorporate the legal elements to it, to better incorporating the financing models. How do people understand the value of and how you deal with debt, how you deal with equity, how you deal with mezzanine types models of financing? And these are probably things that I don't expect the average musician and so on to get involved in. And the reason I'm not saying that they don't have the capacity to do it, but the truth is that most creatives simply want to do their work. They want to simply create. So the question is, how do we then create these back-end structures of people who are not there to rip off, but to empower and to enable? How do we put structures in place that carry this through? How do we ensure, for example, in the context of Jamaica, that we put proper legislative measures in place to ensure that people are able to get their intellectual property rights effectively protected? It is one thing, for example, to say that a contract is a basic tool where there's fundamental freedom to contract and you're able to get into it. But there's also a basic position that says contracts are supposed to be based on genuine agreements. And if persons are not genuinely entering into agreements, but are doing so for one reason or the other, duress or otherwise, and even if not that highest duress, how do we ensure that we put these measures in place to get that? How do we ensure that the government recognizes, for example, in a real way, that there are persons who are being taken advantage of, and then establish minimum standards that are to be implemented? So, for example, if it is that somebody were, for example, to engage artist X to do a song, which he writes, which he produces, that regardless of what that contract says, there is a split sheet obligation that requires that the writer and the arranger and these other persons get protected in the long-term value of the work that they produce. Those are the sorts of things I think we're going to have to engage in if we're going to look at the leveraging value and impact of the creative sector as we need to make it out to be. So those are some of the things that we're going to have to get to. And if we get to that, we're going to be moving a far way on. The other thing, of course, as I'm thinking about the great context of what we are in, how do we get persons as well in both wherever we are to understand that your standard really if you're talking about music or dance or theater or whatever it is, that ideally you must encourage and support persons in developing what are international standards. How do we get to that standardization model that Kerry-Ann spoke about earlier? Knowing that if you're able to pitch to and get to an international standardization model, the likelihood is that you're going to meet local standards anyway. How do we get those? How do we create them? How do we facilitate that happening? And in this context, how do we get to that point of recognizing that the market, as Kerry says, the yard is no longer the little square yards that I have around me, but it is that bigger platform now made closer by virtual space. Now made closer by a virtual space, which is not going to change. How do we get to that point of recognizing that there's inherent value? How do we get to the point here, for example, and this is why I'm so excited about this program, of getting the Nollywood persons to recognize that there's inherent value in Jamaica. I can assure you, knowing Kerry, I know Kerry well enough. And I can assure you that anybody who has not seen Kerry dance is missing something. No, I say that without any hesitation. Yeah? But the question is, how do we get that out as somebody in the African diaspora here, whose dance is as good as anything you're going to see anywhere in the world? Yeah? How do we get that out? How do we get to a point where the persons in Nollywood recognize that there are persons at this end who can be supportive of their work, of their movie productions? How do we get to the point of soundtracks being created using the voice of Kumar, the instrumentation of the people we have and so on, to enhance the products and to by extension make them more international? Because as Kumar has said earlier, a lot of the things, the music forms, for example, that we now take for granted, rap and rapso and all the other things that we, you know, the Latin beats and all the things that we're having coming out, a lot of them have their verifiable genesis in Jamaican music. So it is already a recognized international music form. How do we then get to that point of collaboration? How do we get to the point in Jamaica when we're doing our productions and so on, of ensuring that we also incorporate the Afrocentric things that are being done? How do we ensure that in our television and related radio programming and so on that we're doing in Jamaica, we're using more of it coming out of Nollywood and so on than we do getting out of Hollywood, much of which I can't relate to anyway? How do we get to that point of understanding? And it is going to be us in this context, recognizing that this is not simply a talk shop. It is about recognizing that there are viable alternatives out there, and that what we now need to be doing is looking to say, in this era, in this COVID period and beyond, we now need to create a new dispensation. We need to ensure that we get it all done in a way where we can all have value. Thank you so much for the time, and I trust that we will have a good rest of this program.
Yes, okay, wonderful. Yes, thank you so much for that wonderful presentation, Christopher. That was awesome. And you touched on a number of very critical issues, which is the need to recognize value, right? Also the question of IP, the vitality of intellectual property rights, contract law, contract negotiations, and also the fact that, you know, just to add on to your negotiations example, you don't get what you deserve in negotiations, you get what you negotiate for. So it's very critical that you mention that. The creative industry obviously involves movement of goods and also services. And that's a form of trade, right? And we mentioned that this is an event with Nollywood and the Jamaican creatives, esteemed creatives from both sides of the continent or the aisle, right? But there's also Hollywood, the US angle. We also have the Nigerian embassy, the trade minister represented here, distinguished minister, and we also have his staff represented here, Alhaji Mohammed and also Tarela Njokanma. So with that as a backdrop, I'm introducing Frank Samolis Esquire, who's a partner and co-chair of trade, okay, here at Washington, D.C., Squire Patton Boggs. And why did I give that as a backdrop? Because he, like Christopher, they're gurus in the area of negotiations and, you know, business, trade, finance, economic development, those kind of issues. They're in the area of skills, right? So he'll be talking about, you know, implications, not just from the perspective of, you know, Afro Caribbean, but he's worked extensively in other regions of the world. And he's also worked on trade in terms of, you know, FTA and the whole gambit, bilateral trade. So he will bring in that perspective here. So with that, Frank?
Great. Thank you, Val. Thank you very much for having me. It's an honor to be here, and I've really enjoyed hearing the presentations to date. As Val mentioned in introducing me, I am a Washington trade lawyer, and I have represented a number of countries in their negotiation of free trade agreements with the United States. So, for example, I represented Colombia and Peru on their free trade agreements with the US, and also Korea, who I continue to represent. I'm also involved in the original passage of the AGOA, African Growth and Opportunity Act. So I've had a broad range of experience. And what I wanted to talk about is how you can take advantage of these trade negotiations and agreements to expand your market access. Performing artists are like no other service, whether it's financial service or insurance services. You want to get access to another market. In this case, it's access to the US market. So you can do that through free trade agreements and the guarantees they provide to a member country. So let me give you a very quick background on where the US is with respect to US-Africa trade and how it may benefit the entertainment sector. In the Trump administration, there were the beginnings of negotiations for a free trade agreement between the United States and Kenya. And those negotiations went through a number of rounds of discussions, although the negotiations were never completed. So what we have is an unfinished agreement with details still to be worked out between the United States and Kenya that can expand market access for services, including entertainment services from Kenya to the United States, including the protection of intellectual property rights. Now that's well and good for Kenya, but how does it apply to the rest of Africa? Well, at the same time, we have a continental-wide free trade agreement called the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, AFTA, which covers the vast majority of countries in Africa. It provides for free trade within the continent. This is a very recent development. It's just gone into effect. The headquarters of the AFTA is in Accra, Ghana, and it is beginning to take place and take root as a way to provide, I view it very much like a African European Union. The trade is within Africa, free trade, remove barriers, the same way that France and Germany and Italy created the European Union to promote free trade within their continent. This is the same concept. Now, where this gets interesting is a provision in the Africa Trade Agreement that says if any member state enters into a free trade agreement with another country that's not part of the Africa Agreement, those benefits must be extended to all member states. So in the case of Kenya, that means if you're looking at the law of the African Agreement, whatever benefits Kenya obtains from the United States must by law be extended to all other African countries that are signatories to the AFTA. So we do have an opportunity here for a major advancement of trade and services and protection of intellectual property by virtue of the conclusion of that Kenya agreement. Now, there's both challenges and opportunities. The challenges are, of course, that the agreement has not been finalized. So we still have to come to a conclusion to that agreement. The Biden administration has to pick up the baton, as it were, and come to a conclusion on that agreement. And more importantly, the agreement has to be enacted into law in the United States. Now, I don't want to get into too much legalese, but under US law, any trade agreement is not a treaty, which means it's not self-executing, which means that our Congress has to implement that agreement into US law. That's done under some very unique procedures that we call trade promotion authority, but it's a way to guarantee an approval of an agreement without Congress completely revising and renewing and amending the agreement beyond recognition. That authority expires at the end of June. So the Biden administration, in order to complete a Kenya agreement, needs to get that authority extended. That's a challenge, and given the other priorities of the Biden administration, that's a hurdle that needs to be overcome. The opportunity is the fact that because that authority needs to be extended, Congress can lay out certain priorities and certain major objectives it wants to obtain if these trade agreements are to be finalized. So going back to the entertainment sector, if you have interest in expanding your market access in the US, if you have interest in protecting your intellectual property rights, there are ways to get members of Congress, and there are many of them who are part of the Africa Caucus who have an interest in promoting trade, who would be willing to make this a key objective so that if the administration were to go forward in seeking ratification, Congress would say, in order to get our vote, we want to make sure that, for example, the entertainment industry in these African countries are well protected and their intellectual property rights are protected. That becomes part and parcel of the approval of that agreement. So what I'm saying is that those of you in this sector, and I'm speaking now about Africa, but there are other agreements such as CAFTA-DR and the CBI that would also apply to Jamaica. Any of these trade agreements are susceptible to amendment. And it's simply a question of finding members who have an interest. And remember, the new chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee in the House of Representatives is Gregory Meeks, an African-American who has always had a keen interest, not only in Africa, but in the Caribbean, and would be an obvious champion to advance these interests, but he won't do it on his own. He needs to be approached by, it could be an embassy representative, it could be an entertainment sector representative, an association representative, somebody who can get to an influential member of Congress who would then be in a position to say, this particular issue is important enough that I will demand that it be addressed before we take up the approval of any fast track authority or any African trade agreement authority. So it's a long-winded way for a Washington lawyer to say, you have an opportunity to have your interests protected if you organize and get to influential members of Congress, whether it's through your country's embassy or through your trade association or through any group that would be willing to initiate contact. This is the time to get organized. Because Biden is consumed now with COVID and economic recovery, the trade issues will not be ripe for being addressed probably until, I'm guessing, early May or thereabouts, beginning of summer, in order to extend that authority. So you have time to develop a strategy. All of these very important issues you talked about, that Val referred to and that Christopher talked about, intellectual property and protecting artists' interests and their rights, and also giving them expanded market access, are all potentially to be covered and protected under these various trade agreements. So that's my simple message to all of you. I hope you will seriously consider that. I hope that will be something that your countries will be able to take up on your behalf. Protect your interests, promote your industry, promote your individual brand, and make sure that you have an opportunity to take advantage of these agreements the same way that manufacturers and commodity groups do. You deserve the best and you deserve that protection. With that, I thank you. Thank you, Valentina, for having me, and it's a delight to be here.
Yes, thank you, Frank, for a wonderful presentation and sort of pointing out the connectivity between trade agreements and the work that the creative industry are doing. In other words, how they can incorporate IP protection into those trade agreements. Now, you mentioned the FTA, the Kenya-US FTA. You also mentioned the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, and of course, Article 18, which mentions that whatever benefits or preferential treatment Kenya gives to the US, they have to give equal or better to a fellow African country. And of course, we have the Nigerian embassy represented here, as I mentioned earlier, the distinguished trade minister, and also his staff, Terela. So really, it's a very good point you raised, because, you know, the Nollywood and the Jamaican counterparts, really, we can't leave out, that's why Frank is here, we can't leave out Hollywood in all this, right? And even if, you know, Frank handles not just Hollywood, but also, you know, Nollywood and Afro, because Frank and Christopher are skilled, you know, lawyers who handle, you know, the aspect that will facilitate what we're trying to do, the collaborative joint, you know, ventures that we're hoping will come out of this. And I think with that, I want to hand over to my esteemed co-moderator, because we're at the phase of, you know, sort of interactions between all of us, and he'll be handling the first 10 minutes, and I'll be handling the remaining. So with that, I'd like to hand over to my esteemed co-moderator, and thank you very much, Frank. That's wonderful. We'll continue during our, you know, during the, I think this is our last session, which is the interactive session, where we're all going to be talking and raising some questions. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much, Val, and let me also join your hands to thank the presenters. I will have a few questions to them. Let me start by thanking Mr. Ejike, who made the keynote speech at the beginning of the session, as well as the panelists, Ms. Kerry-Ann, Mr. Kumar, Mr. Christopher, and Mr. Frank. My questions will be simple because I will allow every speaker to come back and tell us what they think are one or two key challenges that have to be handled in their respective industries, and what could be the possible solutions that can be proposed to policymakers. We are glad to have here with us some policymakers who can take note, and then I think those issues can be addressed. But the question to Frank will be specific because the presentation of Frank was particular. Frank is a global trade expert, and he spoke about AGOA. He spoke about the proposed free trade area between US and Kenya. He also spoke about AFCFTA. And I would like to address this question to Frank specifically. Frank, you understand the dynamics of regional integration in Africa. We have our integration efforts is built on regional economic communities. So we have regional economic communities efforts. Some are at levels of customs unions, others are at levels of free trade area, others at levels of common market. And the AFCFTA is trying to consolidate all those efforts into one continental bloc. Now we have been enjoying the preferences of the US under AGOA. And this AGOA arrangement is going to expire come 2025. And now we are wondering what will be the ideal trade relationship between Africa and the US after 2025. Trying to understand, yes, the FCFTA between Kenya and the US is one initiative, but what will be the ideal relationship between US and Africa? There are a number of countries that have not been benefiting from AGOA. There are a number of countries that are not eligible by the nature, and others who were not even part of it. And now, what can we expect as Africa to be the future relationship? So, having said that, I will allow Mr. Ejike to start in that order. You propose your key recommendations, then it will be followed by Ms. Kerry, then Mr. Kumar, Christopher, and then Frank will come back to my specific question. Over to you, Ejike.
Yeah, thank you very much. I don't know if you can hear me now. Yeah,
very well.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm excited. Thank you, Mr. Frank. I appreciate our own lawyer, Christopher Malcolm. We are quite glad to have you. You know, as entertainers, music, dance, drama, we are one family. I would like to start by saying that, of course, Kerry and Kumar did make very important, they made important statements on, and you also reiterated it and re-echoed it when you were discussing, when Christopher Malcolm was discussing. And I think that's part of the essence of our discourse here. How can we, at a broader level, collaborate? How can we meet together? How can we bring our intellectual properties together to be able to work, to consummate, you know? And I think I'm glad Nollywood is always open at every level to work. We would love to work with Kerry and her group, Kerry-Ann, and equally with Kumar and other entertainers, other artists. Of course, we all know that music is quite central to movie. We also know what dance does, and this comes, whatever it brings to mind, it brings like a story. And through collaborative works, which has started already as one of the outcomes of this forum or symposium or discussion that we are having, is that I think it will be a very great idea going forward that after now, we will synergize formally and see how we can think of how to collaborate and look for a particular work that we can both have, not just only in Nigeria here, but also even in Jamaica. So we will both benefit from such coming together and such collaborative work, in the sense that we'll have a good work, we'll have an understanding that we are going into such partnership, and it will not only promote and project our respective countries, it will also, as Africans, also bring us further working together. Other cases and other things to knit it up will be done by the experts. We have, of course, issue of trade. We have, luckily, Nigeria, we understand ourselves. The government, our respective governments must know that we're working together, and they will only create enabling environment for both partner for such partnership to work. And the rest is formalization of contractual agreement, you know, of safeguarding our respective intellectual property work. And I believe that there's no doubt that we'll both benefit, and everyone will only project ourselves and be on the global map, just like Nollywood has done. You know, I have, as a consultant, I have done quite a couple of works both in Zimbabwe and some other African countries, where, in fact, one of their first foremost movies I directed at in Zimbabwe, titled The Zimbabwe That I Know. And it was a movie in which we had about 20% of some Nigerian actors, and then 80% of also the Zimbabwean actors. And also we worked together in that particular movie. So doing such works, or doing a story, or doing something that will, you know, integrate some of the works of Kerry and other Jamaicans like Kuma and other people, we can do that. And we'll be both happy that we're doing something, not just only to promote our respective cultures, but what individually we are doing. It will go a long way into promoting both countries, both in terms of our value, added value to music and dance. So that's what I can say. And I've also touched on the issue of how government can, creating an enabling environment and also having the experts who know better than us on how we can leverage on what we are doing. Other issues of distribution, how do we get our movies and our music to come in place? When we have another forum, we will also expand more on that. On what
Definitely.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
thank you so much.
Thank you.
All
Thank
right,
you.
so
Yes, go ahead, Kerry.
all right, so really, I would just add to that you know, it is the coming together. It's the community that is going to create, and I'm going to emphasize the new yard, the new landscape, the new market, and that would obviously need to be supported by the various, the legal, you know, the training, the standards, the quality development, and the quality assurance. And how do we create these think tanks, these organizations that create the model in such a way that it can be followed by the various spaces. And like Kumar had mentioned, I too have toured so many places across the Caribbean, Europe, and North America. And I haven't been to Africa yet. And there is, you know, that sense of why. That is where our market is as a Afro, you know, Caribbean interchange and organizing around that. So how can we create that market that answers to distribution? I will wrap up by saying, you know, Kumar mentioned it earlier, there are lots of models that come out of us naturally, but we've not been able to organize it in a formal way to earn sustainably. And I think that this collaboration is very necessary for us to sit, look through those models, and just start to do it. And I will close with that.
Great, thank you very much. Kumal, any recommendation to bring?
Greetings once more. Thanks everybody for having me in this discussion. It was very informative, and you know, I was very, you know, pleased when Chris Malcolm, who, you know, happens to be a mentor and, you know, a lot of my guidance right now, you know, so give thanks, Chris, you know, for having me here. And Kerry, you know, we're coming from far, so Kerry understand exactly when I say culture walk and what I'm trying to push, because doing events for over 7 years, because I'm not just a singer, you know, I also host events locally and internationally. So I am ready to collaborate. I am ready to work with, you know, my African brothers and sisters as well, because I've never been to Kenya, and I've been on TV in Kenya, you know, for the last 10 years, doing the interviews, you know, having the songs, the records been playing there, Ethiopia as well, you know, and Gambia. So, you know, Nollywood and all the different movie industries and SMEs, you know, over Africa, I am willing to create content and music and share, you know, so I'm open, you know, and give thanks once more for having me. And I said, you know, this is a very good initiative on everybody's part to actually, you know, finding new ways to innovate, formalize, you know, and change the world. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you,
Yes.
Kumar.
Yeah.
Christopher, your remarks?
Not just to say, you know, it's happy that I've been here. I think I've said most of what I need to. The one thing I would want to emphasize, though, is that there's a point where we must create a model which is easy to replicate. You know, and that is where a lot of the energy has to start, because at the moment, a lot of people don't realize it, you know. There's a lot of informal happening. For example, it was about 2 years ago or last year, it was the year before. Rebel Salute, which is one of our large entertainment events, had an entire segment which was dedicated to musicians out of Africa, including Nigerians. In fact, Bobby Wine was able to say on the Rebel Salute stage, which he could not have said in his own country because he couldn't speak, sort of thing. But he got a platform from which he spoke. And we had him performing and a number of others from all across the continent performing. So we need to realize that there's informality going on, but there's a space for taking it to another level to ensure that it generates more and is more self-sustaining. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Now to the question addressed to Frank.
Yes,
Frank?
thank you. Yes, thank you very much. You reminded me of one topic I want to raise when I talked about the US-Kenya agreement and actually the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. Those are all either a bilateral or a plurilateral trade agreement. The bigger issue, the bigger challenge, and the bigger opportunity is in the organization that handles all international trade, which is the World Trade Organization, the WTO. And I mention that because we are at a historic point in the WTO in that for the first time ever, an African woman, Ngozi Iweala, is now the new Director General of the WTO. As you may know, she is Nigeria's former finance minister, incredibly well-versed, many, many years at the World Bank, knows the US, knows Africa, of course. Here is a historic opportunity for the WTO, led by an African Director General, the head of the organization, to combine efforts on a multilateral basis. So you're not only looking at individual country agreements, you're looking at the main organization charged with setting rules for international trade, now led by an African woman. And this is an incredible opportunity for all of us to be thinking about, to be taking steps to make sure that this advantage is not squandered and that we can all begin thinking of wish lists. What agreements, what areas? We've talked about entertainment, we talked about IP. Let's put together a common strategy so that while we have an African head of the WTO for the first time, we can take advantage of that. So that would be my parting words of wisdom.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Frank. We take it seriously. Now, let me hand over to Prof. Val for the remaining question, and you will close the session. Val, over to you. Thank you for having me as well.
Yes, thank you so much, my esteemed co-moderator, Prudence, for a wonderful moderating of this session. And thank you all our esteemed presenters and our esteemed keynote speaker, and also distinguished trade minister from Nigerian Embassy, and I think his staff, Tera La Njo Kama. Njo Kama, I think is the way to say it, yes? Yes, and also our trade minister, Alhaji Mohammed from the Nigerian Embassy. This has been a wonderful event. I think we still have a couple of minutes, and I wanted to sort of throw it out. Do you, Alhaji Mohammed, I know I didn't tell you you're going to talk today, but I wanted to give you an opportunity to maybe, add a few points, because everything you say is useful to us. You've had all the esteemed speakers chime in on the value of our creative industry, the challenges that they face and how they've turned it into opportunities for collaboration across regions, the African continent, and also the Caribbean region. This is very exciting, and I think that for us, the fact that this forum has discussed the urgency and the need and appetite to collaborate is very, very optimistic. And we're having a second session, and I'm sure it's going to be the same upbeat, theme. And we have experts that are going to be involved, and they're both here. And of course, we also have a distinguished trade minister from the embassy. So please, Alhaji, I know I'm calling you on the spot, because the next session we have a keynote speaker to Amando, who's executive director of the World Bank. But would you want to maybe chime in? I know I didn't warn you ahead of time.
Hello, are you hearing me? Yeah, I'm very pleased to be part of this meeting, and I can tell you I've been thoroughly educated. I have just been a fan of music, dance, and I didn't know what these people go through. I think with this behind my mind now, I think it will be a driving force for us at the side of the government to ensure that the IP at all costs must be sustained, and whoever the benefits should go to must get it. And we are open and willing anytime for this kind of collaboration and push forward from our own part of the seat so that success is achieved all through by all the participants in the industry. Like all the sectors in the industry are concerned, the dancing, the creative, the Nollywood, especially the acting side, I think they need to be encouraged, given all the incentives, not only by people who watch them, but at least by all the governments in the regions, and then maybe even the private sector that need to have the wherewithal to finance and ensure that they get all the necessary boost and encouragement to succeed. It is a worthwhile summit or meeting, and I think this kind of meetings should be more regular so that exchanges can be made, ideas can be presented from across all the regions so that each one can benefit from whatever is the current in the another region. And like I said, it is a worthwhile experience for me, and I can assure you from today, all the best would come out from me to ensure that the promotion of the industry is put at the highest speed. Thank you very much.
Wow.
Val, you're on silent. You're on silent, Val. You're on mute.
Sorry, I know. That's the point of it. Thank you for letting me know. Yes. So I think, yes, thank you very much, Alhaji Mohammed, for that. That was wonderful. I think really we still have time because this session ends at, I believe, 11:45. So I want us to use this time to interact with each other while I, mobilize that interaction. Now, I know that we have different aspects. I'm trying to be creative here. We have a dance creative, we have music creative, we have acting creative here. We have the whole gambit. So ideally, amongst yourselves, do you foresee as a next measure, because we have, I think, where is Frank? I hope he hasn't gone. Chris is here, they're the skilled professionals, the attorneys. In terms of the next measures, do you foresee an MOU? You don't have to sort of pin yourself down to, let me put it this way. I'm a professor, I'm also a practitioner, right? And so I'm not one that goes for rhetoric. And I think Chris agrees, Chris and Frank, we've talked about it, we're both professors, and of course, Frank is always a guest speaker at my business trade class, but I'm a doer. So I don't want us to come here and kumbaya and talk and sound all great. That's why this side of it is interaction amongst yourselves so that we can kind of get a better sense in terms of where the gaps are. We've mentioned the gaps and needs, but going forward, one of the things that came out, I talked with Chris, the embassy now, the Jamaican embassy through Chris, Chris, quote me if I'm wrong, there's now a direct flight from Jamaica to Nigeria, right, Chris?
Yes, there has been a direct flight arranged, and
exactly.
COVID has sort of stalled that a bit, but
yes, so that is good because that facilitates movement. Remember, I said movement of goods and services. That will facilitate, business. Now, one thing Frank didn't mention regarding WTO is that Frank and I were actually we worked as strategists for Ngozi Okonjo, one of us, worked at her strategic communication. We worked in strategic communications for her. All hands were on deck, of course, and we were two of the hands that were on deck for her. So that's exciting that the WTO is also trying to promote small and medium enterprises, their capacity, strengthen their capacity across borders, to trade and to interact and engage in investments with each other. So that's awesome. But really, from a strategic and next measures, point of view, how do we go forward? Are you interested in, because there are different areas, there's no reason why, say if there's a movie going on, like HGK, a movie in Nigeria, Kumar and Kerry and the others, Harold is of course coming in later, they cannot jump in. I think I'm missing out. Who am I missing out from the next session? I think there's Harold, Kumar, and
Delia.
And Delia, that's right. Because they all have different, because there's a theme, as Kumar mentioned earlier, if there's an acting going on, like if you're shooting a movie as a director, a movie, you need music in the background. You could have dancers too, right? So how do we go forward with arrangements? How do you see, any kind of challenges you think you might face in terms of collaboration? I mentioned that one area that has already been dealt with is that as Chris worked with, I think it was the ambassador, right? You did that, the Nigerian ambassador to Jamaica, who now has gone back to Abuja. You now have a direct flight. Let me also tell you that there's an angle that I'm working on here, which has to do with immigration, because immigration is so critical. It's not only because you need investment visas for, I'm doing it from the point of view of the US, because I went to a meeting with Senator Warner of Virginia, an e-webinar, and he told me to give my feedback on the current bill. There's an investment employment bill that will go before Congress. The whole point is to help to create that enabling environment for you to be able to do your work. So immigration is something that we didn't talk about, but it's another way in which, because it's all about not just financial capital, but it's the part of the non-financial capital. That's what I'm looking at, because I don't have any money really to give anybody, except if I'm able to help with the non-financial, which is all equal to the financial. And that's what Chris, of course, is able to do. And of course, esteemed co-moderator Prudence, we can't even forget the value of AFCFTA, because he's involved in that sector and has dealt with a lot of challenges that he turned into opportunities in terms of facilitating domestication of the AFCFTA at the local levels in respective African countries, right? So we also have that linked, of course, to the WTO, and also we have Frank. So really, basically, how do we go forward? MOU, joint ventures, where do you see the glitches, and how do you hope to, address that? Be it immigration, which of course we'll be dealing with, hopefully Chris will be addressing that part, because you've done a wonderful job with the, like I said, the airports are now open, hopefully post-COVID, there'll be, it will kick off, right? So there are other areas in which we could look at, but structurally, that's something. So do we start with maybe AGK and then go down the list? Yeah, quickly, and we have only...
Before we go there, Val, can I just make a quick comment here?
Yes.
Because, and the ambassador spoke there, but one of the things to bear in mind, and Harold can speak to it a little more when he gets on later, but there has been a process of mapping the value of the creative sector in Jamaica that has been ongoing. But one of the critical elements that has happened is that there has actually been a Nigerian involvement working through the JBDC, the Jamaica Business Development Corporation that Harold is with. And they have been working with us in the area of the creative sector, primarily with the art side of it. And so there is already a platform, and I must say that the former High Commission, Janet Alicia, who was here, she was instrumental in that and very, very involved in getting a lot of those things put together. And it is a model which is there and can be expanded upon. And I think we need to look to see what is there. And when you get to Harold later, he being integral to that, can speak about what is currently in place and how that model could be expanded upon to get to the sort of places that we're at. And I think what I hear you saying as well, Val, and I agree with you, is that there's no time like the present. And I happen to think that it's best always to strike while the iron is hot. I think the iron is hot now. The COVID-19 period has brought us to a recognition of urgency in some areas that we have not had before. We have had to reconsider our business models. We've had to reconsider our levels of engagement. And as we do that, it means we're also having to reconsider the markets that we go after, how we reach out to them, and how we are able to translate benefit across jurisdictional borders. So I think now is the time, and I think this forum allows for us, however we do it, to get that sorted out soon as possible. Thank you.
Yeah, very well said. I don't know if I have the permission of the organizer to speak. Thank you very much, sir. Once more, Sir Christopher Malcolm, that was quite insightful. I'm glad to note that already you talked about the Nigerian angle and all that you've been working on already. Kerry-Ann and Kumar, I think we'll keep on the narrative. We'll keep talking. Basically, I think it's doable, it's achievable. I think this is one of the major reasons why we are here, to see how we can, both markets can merge and to strengthen our transboundary networks, which, as you've already indicated, put in our respective speeches. We'll start with exchange of our phone numbers and, of course, email addresses. And then we can consummate that, because I do have a very strong feeling that working with everyone here, we can pull off something in terms of collaboration. And we'll talk further, either on the side of having something, of course, nationally with two nations, or even individually. We have, as an independent producer, if I have any work, of course, definitely I'm going to be talking to you and talking to Kumar and other persons that you want to be part of it. And then, of course, we will also tell our country, and also tell, of course, the organizer of this project. We'll definitely work. I'm excited about it, and I know that we are going to get something and pull it fast working. I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity. And I hope that I will be part of other sessions. I hope that I'll be able to make myself available for that. But there's no doubt, Kerry, I'll get your number, I'll get your details from Prof and that of Kuma, and then we can continue from that. And I also get Oga, we call it Oga, we say in Nigeria, that is the big boss, Oga Christopher Malcolm. You've been quite insightful in all that you said. And of course, my own dear sister, Tarela Njokamma, and I know, thank God too, that we have also that the government, Nigerian government, and the ambassadors have already said they'll do everything possible to ensure that becomes quite workable. I want to thank us once more, Prof, for this opportunity, and let's keep it working. Let's keep the narrative going, and I'm excited about it. Thank you.
All right. Val, thank you. The only thing I would add to that, so I would just like to thank everyone also for having me and for just everyone's exchanges. And I too am excited about the possibilities. What I would add to what Christopher and Ejike have said already is that, you know, the arts, it's a practical form. So let's do it. And while we are doing it, so we take a project, we move forward, and not, as Ejike has already said, and while we are doing it, look at the other components that we have mentioned and how they're either presenting obstacles, how we're solving those, looking at the models Christopher already mentioned, see if they can just translate to what we're doing. But as we're going through the process of doing a project, which is the next step from here together, to model that and to model it for an extension of possibilities of sustainability that, you know, translates to other individuals and institutions, model other aspects as well, so that we come out with something tangible, something that we can produce, that can be replicated, and that thinks of all areas, including institutional support and frameworks.
Thank you. Now, do we have does anybody want to add anything? Where's Kumar? Did Kumar?
No, he's off. He's offline now. He's not on.
Okay, that's fine. I think with that, I think we can safely end this session 1 of our meeting, and we can then come back, I believe, at 12 p.m. EST time. That's EST time for session 2. But I think we could, if you could check in a little bit earlier, that would be great. And I hope that you will join us for session 2, because then we have more creatives, and then we can have a bigger, more of a bigger dialogue amongst ourselves, with more people talking about possibilities of collaborating and all. But it's been a very exciting session, and a very useful, session with a lot of useful information. And I think my co-moderator, Prudence, you're there, right? Are you there? I think he's there. Yes, wonderful.
Yes, I am.
Yes.
I'm here.
Yes. Do you want to add? Because the AFCFTA has a lot, based on what Frank had discussed earlier, and I think you asked him a question. Do you want to add anything to what he has said about the AFCFTA?
I thought he made a very good recommendation that we need a separate session to discuss issues related to Africa-US trade partnership, because I think there are so many things to be discussed. We can leave it for the future. Let me just use this opportunity to thank the panelists, excellent speakers, for very good remarks that you have made, information that you have shared with us. This has been a very good learning forum for me. And thank you, Val, for your excellent skills in moderating the session and your organizational skills. I cannot go without saying that.
Thank you. We're in good company. The same applies to you too. And all the esteemed presenters and our keynote speaker, the distinguished keynote speaker, and also our distinguished ambassador from the Nigerian embassy and his staff. That was so wonderful. We're so pleased you attended. Tarela Njokanma. I shouldn't be saying it like an American. Come on, I'm African now. Njokanma. So, yeah, so it was wonderful. Yeah, so I think with that, let's convene reconvene at 12 p.m. Can everybody attend the next session, or will some of you not make it? Christopher and Kerry and Njokama, you think you can attend? Will the embassy be coming for session 2, please?
I'll be there. I'll be there.
Tarela, will you make it?
I'm not too sure, because I have another meeting at that time. But if I have any other person to represent, then I will do that. And okay, if the time permits to, I will come. Let me also use this opportunity to thank everybody. I thank my brother, AGK, and I can see Francis Duro. I saw Mona Lisa. I don't know if she's gone.
She's coming for session 2.
Okay. Yes, I'll try and see if I'll be able to make it, but if I can't, I think I should be able to get maybe reports and all that, and submit to the ambassador. But I also want to take note of what Mr. Frank Malcolm, in respect of the enactment of the agreement. I think like Alaji Mohammed said, the embassy is open because it's a really good initiative and very good one. And I also want to advise that if we could, it's an African thing now. We have the African ambassadors, here in the US. I think they should be involved too, And when it comes to, it's not just Nigeria, it's African thing now. Yes. So I want you to take note of the African ambassadors here. And the embassy will also want to, when it gets to that level, the embassy will want to involve the State Department, you know, for their information before we get to the Congress. So I thank everyone. Thank you especially Mr. Ejike, my brother, Francis Duro.
You see Mona Lisa now?
Yeah.
She's there.
Mona Lisa, okay, she's here now. Yeah, it's really good to see my Nigerian brothers. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
And your Jamaican brothers and sisters too. Because we're all one.
Yeah, one
and
Africa.
Also Rwanda. Your Rwanda
is
brother.
here. Yes, Jamaica.
Students is from Rwanda.
Yeah.
We're all one, right?
Hold on 1 second. Just listen before you go. Francis.
Yeah, we have to say maximum respect to our Jamaican brethren. Big up all of the time.
That's right. That's right. You know, it would be nice to have a representative for session 2 from the embassy. Please thank Alhaji Mohammed, because it was good he showed up and talked. So if he could come back for this, session 2 starts at 12 EST, which is barely, it's barely 45 minutes or so from now. That would be wonderful, because then, and I'm hoping he would, because we have the executive director of the World Bank, who's also going to be the distinguished keynote speaker for that session. So I'm hoping that everybody comes back. And unfortunately, we don't have a face-to-face, so there can't be, I can't serve you lunch during this lunch break. But I promise, I will take a rain check.
We can still have a group picture.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, we can have a group picture, you know, maybe for the sake.
Oh yes, how do we do it? The group picture, let me see.
Okay, thank you everybody. Great working with you.
Okay, bye later.
Thank you, and see you soon.
Thank you.
Okay, see you soon.
Okay, stay tuned.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. See you soon.
Are you hungry?
Bye-bye.
Yes, so it's a good time to go for a break, even though my camera has been giving me issues.
Malcolm. Bye.
Yes. Mona Lisa will be speaking in a few minutes.
Yes,
Do you want to promote your business? Do you want to talk about your nonprofit organization? Do you want to talk about your culture? Introducing the online web TV, Afric Today. Fogham, where you can watch us live at the same time on 4 platforms: Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and using the Afric Today app. Download our app today for Android or Apple. Promote your business today. For more information, go to www.africtoday.com. Afric Today, the best of digital TV.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speakers, panelists, and audience around the globe. My name is Prudence Sebahizi. I'm the Chief Technical Advisor and Head of the AFCFTA Negotiation Support Unit at African Union Commission. I'm here in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. I'm your moderator today. To make this event as interactive as possible, I'm joined by Professor Val Okaru-Bisant, Esquire. She's the CEO, the founder and general counsel for Afrocosmo Development Impact, LLC, Maryland, USA. She's business and trade professor at the Catholic University of America, Washington, D.C. Today, she's co-hosting this event and will assist me in moderating the session. This event is recorded by Africa Today Digital TV, broadcasting from Virginia, USA, and Hype TV, broadcasting from Kingston, Jamaica. We welcome you all to this high-level, timely, and vital event, which is co-hosted by Afrocosmo Development Impact, Squire Patton Boggs, LLP, Washington, D.C., and the Caribbean Institute of Alternative Dispute Resolution from Jamaica. You will listen to esteemed trade and development experts, and your favorite Nollywood and Jamaican creative stars share their views on productivity, intellectual property rights, strengthen transboundary networks, formalization, competition, and inclusiveness issues within the framework of the AFCFTA amid COVID-19 pandemic. The objective of this session is to discuss the question, the following one. What are the substantive, practical, and innovative measures to strengthen productivity, transboundary connectivity of small and medium enterprises in the creative industries in Afro-Caribbean nations? The measures include protection of intellectual property rights, competition, formalization, incentivization, and inclusiveness issues within the framework of COVID-19 pandemic and the African Continental Free Trade Area, AFCFTA. My co-moderator, Val, and I will first give you some background of our subject matter today. Let me start by setting the context of the discussion and relate it to the African Continental Free Trade Area. You all know that January 1st, 2021 marked a significant milestone in Africa with the commencement of trade under the AFCFTA. The start of trading was celebrated across Africa as a historic day for the continent. And this marked the day Africa took a giant step closer to a vision of an integrated Africa. The AFCFTA is the game changer in the sense that it will be transformative for Africa and her people. It is an agreement that will bring tremendous positive economic impact on African people and the continent at large. Through the AFCFTA agreement, African countries will create single markets that will spur industrialization, economic diversification, and trade. It will also be an instrument which will bring African countries together to formulate a common agenda for Africa to speak with one voice and act in unison, thereby leveraging Africa's strength in her commercial and diplomatic engagement with the rest of the world. As you are aware, Africa as a continent is characterized by small economies and smaller markets with many behind-the-border limitations that the AFCFTA undertakes to address to create favorable conditions for the development of an African economic community. We also know that fragmentation in Africa comes with it uncompetitiveness and a host of other weaknesses which make African economies fail to grow at rates high enough to reduce poverty and overcome the underdevelopment trap that they find themselves in. With this structural weakness, our countries are also vulnerable to manipulation, both politically and economically. The AFCFTA is a platform on which Africa can build back her economies and move forward with courage and determination towards attaining our shared ambition encapsulated in the African Union Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. By creating one African market, we are transforming the landscape to bring in trade a large market of more than 1.2 billion people, which is expected to grow to 1.7 billion people in the next 10 years. And we are also creating large economies of scale, which will in turn attract large scale and long-term investments. The AFCFTA will create the largest free trade area in the world, measured by the number of countries participating. Here we are talking about 55 African countries with a combined GDP, which is valued at 3.4 trillion US dollar. Arising from this market, the basic incentive for the business operating in the AFCFTA is that they will face huge and attractive opportunities. The AFCFTA will also contribute to the welfare of the people. When you look at the recent World Bank report, which was done on economic and distributional impact of the FCFTA, it was revealed that the real income gains from the full implementation of the FCFTA agreement could increase by 7%, which is nearly estimated at $450 billion US. The FCFTA will significantly boost African trade, particularly intra-regional trade in manufacturing. Related to this, inclusiveness at the community, national, continental levels is a key area of focus in the FCFTA. We have confidence that this will lead to poverty reduction. The FCFTA will make sense to the ordinary Africans if it substantially contributes to their decent livelihoods. The same World Bank report revealed that African women will greatly benefit as they constitute the majority of those who are engaged in intra-African trade. The FCFTA would increase export by $560 billion US, mostly in manufacturing, and it will also spur larger wages for women than men. It would boost wages for skilled and unskilled workers. The FCFTA will lift 30 million Africans out of extreme poverty and boost the incomes of 68 million Africans who live on less than 5.5% on $5.5 US a day. The FCFTA aims to promote trade in Africa's manufactured goods and services, as I mentioned, that will favor the growth of African small and medium enterprises in manufacturing and exports of goods. Of course, the FCFTA creates opportunities for both foreign investors and African investors. It creates opportunities for both multinationals and SMEs. However, it should be understood that the FCFTA creates preferential market for products that fulfill the requirements of rules of origin. And the FCFTA rules of origin will not allow transshipment of third country goods into the FCFTA market. Investors will take advantage of this large and integrated market governed by harmonized rules and regulations to make Africa their production base. In addition, small and medium enterprises will take advantage of regional value chains to enhance their business horizons. With the FCFTA, Africa will be commercially attractive to large-scale and long-term investment from all parts of the world, as well as to the small and medium enterprises. SMEs, which are the backbone of all African economies, account for almost 90% of some African countries' economies and are the largest source of employment. Globalization and connectivity are new realities that have brought profound changes in lifestyles worldwide. This is reshaping the overall pattern of cultural production, consumption, and trade in a world increasingly filled with images, sounds, text, and symbols. There is a clear need to better grasp the complex interaction among the economic, cultural, technological, and social aspects guiding the dynamics of the world economy and the way people live in the 21st century. In this era of transformation, creativity and knowledge are fast becoming powerful means of fostering development gains. In this context, the interface among creativity, culture, economics, and technology, as expressed in the ability to create and circulate intellectual capital, has the potential to generate income, jobs, and export earnings, while at the same time promoting social inclusion, cultural diversity, and human development. This is what is emerging, and the creative economy has already begun to do as a leading component of economic growth, employment, trade, innovation, and social cohesion in most advanced economies. The creative economy also seemed to be a feasible option for developing countries if effective public policies are put in place. The creative economy generates cross-cutting linkages with the overall economy at macro and micro levels. It thus fosters a developmental dimension, offering new opportunities for developing countries to leapfrog into emerging high-growth areas of the world economy. Global and regional trade flows of creative goods and services encompass trade transactions with the complex interactions among culture, economics, and technology. Likewise, trade is framed within the rules and practices of the global trading system. Such a framework includes the universally accepted multilateral trading rules that are governed by WTO and other provisions for free trade agreements, economic unions, and economic partnership agreements. Creative industry. Trade rules may also be influenced by other legal instruments such as the UNESCO Convention on Cultural Diversity and the like in other international organizations at the regional level, as well as by other specific agreements dealing with the cultural trade exchanges and intellectual property regimes. Let me stop here, hand over the floor to my colleague, co-moderator, Professor Val Bisant, to provide a background of this session and deliver the key messages about the topic. And will also give us highlights of some key statistics related to the topic. Val, if you're around, I hand over back to you.
Yes, thank you, my esteemed co-moderator, Dr. Prudence Sebahizi, for a wonderful background to this, especially with regard to the AFCFTA, because it's a very critical treaty that African nations have entered into, bearing in mind, of course, that the Caribbean nations are not party to it. However, they will be engaging with Africa within that context. So it's a very good starting point for this very important event. Now, hello, everybody, distinguished ladies and gentlemen here, and we welcome you all. We had a session 1, this is our session 2. And it's starting this afternoon, so that's wonderful. The sun is bright here in Maryland, so that's awesome. And I hope it is where you are too. We welcome you to this really very timely and vital event on productivity and transboundary connectivity of Afro Caribbean SMEs in the creative industry. Why are we talking about creative industry at this forum? Because it's a very, very critical industry to Africa and Caribbean's economy, what I call the Afro Caribbean economy, very, very critical. Just a little bit of background. The SMEs, the small medium enterprises, are the backbone of Afro Caribbean economy. Okay, they hire 80%, at least 80% of the workforce, right? And only 2% of them hire 10 or more employees. So there's a bit of fragility there, even for those that are doing pretty well, right? And 50% of SMEs are survivalists that are mostly in the informal and unproductive services sector. The creative industry, being that it's the backbone of Africa's economy, why is it? Because it supplies quite a lot of revenue, contributes revenue to the respective governments in those regions of the world, right? There's also the question of job creation. They're very good with creating jobs. Also cross-cultural, cross-boundary cultures, exposing all the systems and other cultures to what's going on within the Afro-Caribbean region, right? So they're very critical in that respect. Also with respect to wealth creation, they're very good. They've done a lot in contributing to wealth in their respective countries in Africa and also in the Caribbean region. Now, Nigeria specifically generates about $600 million in government revenue annually. That's a lot of money. That's not chicken stuff, right? And employs about 1 million people. That's a lot of people, right? 1.42% It also contributes 1.42% to GDP, right? That's a lot. You see, when you factor in the fact that SMEs contribute about 2% of GDP, primarily because most of them are in the informal sector, 1.42 come from the Nollywood creative industry. That's a high figure. Now in Jamaica, the creative industry is the third largest, and not in Nollywood. Nollywood is the second largest, right? Second to oil in terms of contributing to revenue, while in Jamaica, it's pretty good too. It's the third largest contributor to GDP in Jamaica, contributes about 5% of GDP, generates about 20 million in revenues. This is not me, this is, you know, credible statistics we're talking about here, right? And going further, even though Gollywood is not represented here, Gollywood in the creative industry, it contributes about 1.3% of GDP in Ghana, right? And when you really, and South Africa, because Fumzile is represented here, Fumzile Zulu, she's, so, you know, South Africa is not even behind too, because the creative industry contributes to, you know, revenue in that region of the world too. So they're not left behind. Now, when we think about what's going on now with COVID-19 and its impact on the creative industry, it's created a situation where with the lockdown, it has shrunk investment possibilities, especially for risk-averse companies, right? It has also worsened productivity challenges of the SME owners or investors within the creative industry, right? Having said that, there have also been opportunities, right, created from those challenges. For example, Netflix added about 16 million new subscriptions during the first quarter of 2020. Why? Because a lot of people are staying home now. They're listening to music at home. They're watching movies at home instead of going out and, you know, because of course the risks of catching COVID are very high. And so Netflix alone acquired distribution rights in 2018. They acquired distribution rights to Lionheart. And this is Genevieve's movie. It's a Nollywood movie. And in 2019, they also acquired distribution rights to Chief Daddy. So quite a lot has been done, but a lot needs to be done too. There's an opportunity for both public and private sector to capitalize on such opportunities to create investment possibilities and support to SMEs in the creative industry. And with that as a backdrop, I would like to hand over to Prudence, my esteemed co-moderator, to then moderate the first three speakers. And please, before I forget, we also have the Nigerian embassy represented. I think in our first session, we had the trade minister of the Nigerian embassy, the trade attaché, Alhaji Mohammed, was here from the Nigerian embassy with his staff, Tarela Njokama. And Karela, I believe, is here in this session. So Tarela, we're grateful that you're here and you're taking notes, because I'm not sure if the ambassador will be visiting this second session, but if he is, that would be wonderful too. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Val, for very wonderful remarks and background that you have provided to our topic. Thank you once again, and it's now my honor to introduce our distinguished keynote speaker, Mr.
Yes, hello.
Armando.
Hello.
Yes, Val. All right. So I have the honor to introduce our keynote speaker, Mr. Armando Manuel. Manuel is the World Bank Executive Director for Nigeria, Angola, and South Africa. Manuel, are you around? We are very glad to welcome you to this session, and floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, Dr. Val, to invite me for this interesting section. It's a great pleasure for me. I mean, be alongside the distinguished leaders, professionals of the creative industry and share a little bit on this topic. Allow me to mention as well that I'm excited to learn that Nollywood industry is the second largest globally, producing about 2,500 films in a year. Actually, this is a great opportunity for the continent. And we believe that as we move on addressing a number of issues around the sector, we will be able to shift this industry not only at the level of producing, but at the financial level in terms of income generation. I was given 10 to 15 minutes, which is very challenged to me as a Portuguese speaker. But I tried to squeeze the contents of my narrative into 4 slides presentation and put a little bit of context of the narrative. Perhaps the economy of happiness at the end of the day will focus on the need to, or say on the satisfaction of the limited needs, the availability of sufficient goods and services, and the affordability of those goods and the services. In another way, our aim to fight poverty and share prosperity goes alongside with this direction. And the simplest way to look at it is just creating jobs that generate incomes that will help to afford our needs. Putting into the context, we have seen depressed growth in Africa quite before COVID-19. The main economies of the region, Angola, South Africa, Nigeria, have not yet recovered from the heat of commodity prices that happened in 2014. From there, we saw the trend of poverty getting flat sometime while continue declining, but we saw the number of poor in Africa rising at a much faster pace, which is critical for the continent. And this story was exacerbated with COVID-19. For instance, the trend of investments for African startups declined close to 59% in 2020, and is not expected to rebound fast to the levels that we have seen in 2019. Moving from the hard hit of COVID-19, the focus has to be on building back better. Because the pandemic is expected to leave a lasting scars already showing in the slow potential growth. I mean, the data has indicated that agriculture has proven to be more resilient while comparing with the tourism and services. Services were more resilient than industry. I mean, but the overall activity in the region has shrunk, I mean, close to 3.7%. I mean, despite we expect a rebound of the region to a moderate average pace rate of 3% in 2021 and 2022, this will be more coming from importing oil countries. Importing oil countries are likely to grow 3.6%, while exporting oil economies will grow much lower at pace of 2%. Some of exporting commodities economies will not recover, will not face a positive growth. But the point to bring here, if we compare this expected rate of growth of 3%, and if we look to the potential growth depicted in the graph on the bottom right side graph, that is the potential growth for 2020 to 2029, we will realize that the continent will not be able to make it because, I mean, it's too low growth given the current fertility rate of the continent. And the point here is how we can best use the demographic dividends, how we can shift the economic growth prospects of the continent with the working population close to 60%. Perhaps we can use much better this population by building back better, by creating a better momentum in terms of policies on the public sector, but also doing well on the private sector. And the reality will indicate that we have to shift from the growth led by public investment to a growth led by private investment. And the doing business role will be important here. We understand that improving the business environment, it's more a political commitment, and perhaps we expect that our leadership across the continent will focus more on this, pushing to create a better environment for the business. Countries need to improve governance with the more transparency and exploit opportunities to expand the fiscal space, improve domestic resource mobilization. Yes, countries need to focus more on the quality of public spending, particularly in human capital, in education, in health. Yes, and we believe the creative industry has a huge power to impact on education, to impact on health, those critical areas of the human capitals. Countries need to invest more on infrastructure. Yes. I mean, for instance, let's look to the creative industry and the figures projected here, access to electricity. I mean, the continent has half of the population accessing electricity. And when it comes to electricity for production activities, there is also another problem. I mean, in order to enjoy the benefits of a creative industry, we have to have electricity. We have to increase the access to electricity so that the population can access those services, those products. Internet, it's another area. In the age of digital transformation, only a quarter of the population has access to the internet. And if you want to leverage, it is critical to invest in this sector. I mean, focus on the digital transformation. Reform SOEs in order to create space, because at the end of the day, inefficient SOEs with the huge debt, they tend out to crowd out those resources that should go to the small and medium enterprises. That is where the World Bank has been supporting countries, and this involves Africa. Today, a big share of the World Bank portfolio goes to Africa, not only because Africa is today the house of the most poor, but we have a significant number of low-income countries there that demands a huge attention in terms of fighting poverty and improving prosperity. The World Bank has launched the JET agenda, which is the jobs and economic transformation, in the sense that we have to transform our economies, move away from the extractive models to more diversified and transformative models that facilitate the creation of more jobs. With the more jobs, improve the incomes, and improving incomes, improving the life standards of the citizens. Within the World Bank, we have the role of IFC, which is the private arm of the World Bank that supports private companies, both in terms of loans, or in terms of equity, and in terms of advisory services. One of the constraints that we have in the continent is the lack of bankable projects. good projects that can benefit both in terms of funding, loans, and equity. Perhaps this is something that can be brought into the table as well and exploit the opportunities in the creative industry. The figures indicate that when we look to the continent, in terms of electricity, the West Africa and the Central Africa is doing much better comparing to the East and the Southern Africa. But when we go to internet, we find out that the East and the Southern Africa is doing much better comparing to the West and the Central Africa. Lots of investments in submarine cables. I mean, that perhaps can bring additional opportunities to leverage in the value chain of the digital economy. Moving ahead, as we build back better, I always excited because after a momentum of constraint, we have always a rebound coming up. And those countries who build back better, who focus strategically in institutions, the companies who will focus strategically, they will be able to grab the dividends of the rebound period coming ahead. And this has to be green, this has to be resilient, and has to be inclusive recovery. And the narrative that I bring here is perhaps the focus has to go to the small enterprises and small and middle enterprises. I mean, the picture is quite different when we look to the small and medium enterprises. Perhaps in Africa, they are in most of cases, subsistence enterprises, not a job-driven enterprises. And the narrative here is to shift from subsistence enterprises to job-driven enterprises. And one of the points very important to mention here is related with the training, with the investment in human capital, with the mentoring. Obviously, we will find another factors that will explain the ramp up of small and medium enterprises. And we bring here the productivity, because productivity facilitates the creation of more jobs. Productivity will lead even to creation of jobs of low skills. Will lead to increased supply from cost reduction. Productivity will be functional to some extent of technological transformation, in the sense not only to bring new technologies, but to make sure that those technologies are adjusted to the context related with the research and the development, look into the reality of the specific countries. I mean, Chair, you have mentioned the Continental Free Trade Agreement. Sectorial and spatial transformation is so critical. And this is one area where the World Bank has been assisting in terms of providing technical assistance in terms of trade facilitation, infrastructures, investment in infrastructures, to ensure that we get the dividends of Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. So I will stop here by mentioning the focus on the productivity is the window to unleash the potential of the small and medium enterprises in the continent, and be sure to create more jobs. Those jobs will help to improve incomes, and incomes help to improve the standard life of the population. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Manuel. I think you've been able to manage time and made a very rich presentation. I'm glad that you have brought up those issues based on technical analytical work that has been done by World Bank. And a point for reflection, when I looked at the statistics for Africa's projected economy in the next 8 years, it is supposed to be less than 2% growth with COVID, and less than 3% growth without COVID. But we also know that AFCFTA will also contribute to the growth of Africa's economy. And the same World Bank estimation was that it will make Africa grow by 7%. I don't know whether at the time COVID challenges were factored in. So I hope to see the next model reflecting the impact, the positive impact of AFCFTA in the future growth of Africa. So thank you very much once again. This is now my singular honor to move to the next speaker. I'm glad to have Miss Mona Lisa on the call. And Mona Lisa is an entrepreneur, humanitarian actor, Nollywood film producer, television and media personality. Very exciting. I've been watching your movies. She's the host of a talk show known as You and I with Mona Lisa. Miss Mona Lisa, here we go. You have 10 minutes to tell us about your experience in the creative industry. The floor is open to you.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. I mean, I've had this opportunity to be in a world forum like this, and I'm so grateful. I want to say thank you, Prof, for giving us this opportunity. And of course, everybody here is so impactful, so powerful in their presentation. And thank you, my senior colleagues who came ahead, I know, hours ago before I couldn't join in because I was having network issues. I just want to say thank you. The salient object in my view is how, honestly, how are we going to be able to sustain after we are retired from the movie industry? How do we sustain? How are we able to gather all of this work we've put out there? How do we get it back in return? How are we able to do these things? You know, our generation, we're almost getting to the point of retirement. This generation of mine, I mean, the other generations are almost there. So, I mean, we need to have some of this plans put in place for us, for royalties, for, you know, what have you. And I'm also going to hit a little bit on just one of a few challenges, which is one, I would say, is a heavy taxation you put on movie practitioners here in Africa and especially in Nigeria. When some of us have already formalized our production companies, so you can imagine how, you know, they are almost wanting to strangle us by paying taxes. With the wake of COVID, nobody is interested in knowing that COVID has really not done good justice to our work. How many people are on set, location shooting? We're still taking the risk because we are also so grateful that it's not killing us here in this part of the world. So you can imagine if we are like the Western world where it's almost, everybody's almost going. So, we have to have this in our perspective. It's expedient we deal with this issue. Like what Mr. Christopher Malcolm stated earlier, which really, really got me thinking. You have so much work with the body, body of work where actors are put in so much and they get nothing in return. They die in poverty. So these are the places we need to really, I really do not want to speak so much because we've said everything over. We need to move forward with what we're going to be deliberating upon and implementing it, not just gathering here and speaking. We need to begin to put these things in place. We're talking about grants, we're talking about private investors, we're talking about government funds, we're talking about fiscal sponsorship. We're talking about visibility. We're talking about, there's just so much, and we have done so much, and yet we're still pregnant with ideas. We're still pregnant with content. We haven't even started, But then what we have done in the past, where is it taking us to? So these are some of the things I would really love for us to deal with. I'm a talk show host. Luckily I've got, because of the sort of content I have, luckily I got a bank who sponsored me for several years. But now policies have changed. They're no longer sponsoring. And I'm in my 5th season, which of course I'm getting really big. It's a Pan-African show. Now, if I do not get sponsor, how am I able to, portray this silent achievers? Because that's what the show is about. Young entrepreneurs talking about all the things they've done with their crafts. In somewhere in the East, in Aba, for instance, we went there and we had a lot of people talking about, these are places where they do shoes and they send to West African countries. Nobody hears about them. They send nothing less than 1 million shoes, 1 million footwear every day. We have the army generals, they wear the shoes we produce in this country. We don't hear anything about them. They're looking for sponsorship. Where they are having these businesses is deplorable. And for my show, I'm going to have to self-fund it this 5th season. It is difficult, but it is worth it because I have to carry on. I can't wait for government. I have to use my wealth of experience to begin to speak to people like you who would come on board and help us, really stabilize and make the world a better place. I mean, make the creative industry a better place for each and every one of us. So we're also going to be talking about, I wanted to talk about how we're dealing with, for instance, having to buy airtime. Airtime is another demon on its own. So you bring out your content, very intelligent content. You're also going to pay for airtime. So we are looking at these things. It's not supposed to be a burden because we are a bundle of talents. We have the resources. Why are we not able to get through to these resources? I keep hearing billions of dollars, billions of naira, billions of other currencies here in Africa being, invested in the creative industry and other, sectors. Why are we not able to why are we not able to get these loans or grants or whatever? And not just getting the loans. Loans from us is very disturbing because you get these loans. Some of these institutions are willing to give you these loans, but they give you unfavorable conditions. And let's deal with that as well. I can't say we have a long way to go. We're already there. Let's see how we can really, really cut across, get into these people, showcase our very, magnanimous body of work, and see what we can do with them. And in order not to take your time, what I want to say in conclusion is, even how we are able to access funds, which is made available by the government and international investors, we as filmmakers, we need to change the way of doing things. We need to change the ways of handling our work, which means that we may have to begin to join forums like this. We need to reach out to more people who are well-grounded in the creative industry to join forums like this. You never know. Somebody might just come from somewhere and want to throw, pick 1 or 2 persons in the group and, throw their weight on them and see how they can, help them stabilize their work. So that's basically what I have to say. And I just want to say thank you again, Prof, for having me, and thank you, moderator. God bless you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mona Lisa. I think this was a very rich experience to share with the audience, and you have highlighted a number of issues that have to be addressed in the creative industry. Thank you very much. You left my mind wondering what policy options have to be taken for Africa and other countries to promote this creative industry. So let me move quickly to the next speaker. We have Mr. Harold Davis, who is the Deputy Chief Executive Officer, Jamaica Business Development Corporation, and musician and Assistant General Secretary, Jamaica Federation of Musicians and Affiliated Artists Union. Mr. Davis, I can see you have a sound CV in the creative industry, and we would like to hear from you. What is your experience in the creative industry? You have about 10 minutes as well, and you are most welcome to this show.
Greetings, everybody. From sunny Kingston, Jamaica. It is in the morning. We're still in the morning in Kingston, Jamaica, and it's a beautiful day out. So I want to say greetings, and as we say in Jamaica, big up to all of our panelists, big up to all of our esteemed presenters and guests here, and it's so great to be here with you today. I was looking forward for weeks for this event, because I think it's an important event, an important cross-border kind of event that we need to be talking. Because you know what is true, we have found that many of the issues that we have in the creative industries here in Jamaica are the very same issues that we have in Africa, and the very same issues that we have in other parts of the world. Let me start by saying clearly what JBDC, Jamaica Business Development Corporation, is about. JBDC is the government's organization that is responsible for micro, small, and medium-sized development in the country, which means that we have a whole suite of services that we offer, technical services and non-financial services in general, that we offer to our clients to help them move from point A to point B, where point B represents growth. So from ideation stage right to marketing to internationalization and so on, we help MSMEs on that journey. Very important organization for us. And we have upwards of 5,000 clients that we support every year. The large majority of our clients are in the creative industry, our creative industry entrepreneurs, whether it's in specialized food, whether it's in craft, gift and craft, whether it's in music, whether it's in film, and so on, animation, you name it. But the majority of our clients are in the creative industries. So we have been at it for 20 years and lots of lessons that we have taken. As a musician, I've been in the music business for many years too. You know, a couple of albums and so on, and tours and so on. So I've been here and there and everywhere where the music industry is concerned. Now, one of the key things, and Val spoke about this in her introduction just now, is the informality of the sector and the effect that the informality of, when I say sector, I'm now speaking of the MSME sector, and the effect that the informality has had on the growth potential, the scalability of the enterprises. Everybody has recognized that a large proportion of the businesses that are in our MSME sector are survival entrepreneurs. And unfortunately, so relatively low percentage of the entrepreneurs that we come across, or the businesses that we come across, are the opportunistic based, scalable kind of enterprises. And that causes a major challenge for our small businesses. And if you think that in Jamaica, the informality level is estimated in terms of the business informality level, is estimated at about 50%, and some say it's more, some say it's less, but let's say hovering about 50 odd percent in the general informality of the MSMEs. But let me share with you that the informality in the creative industries is far higher than that percent. And that in itself is a challenge. And that challenge, in a way, has been manifested by what has happened with the COVID experience. Yeah? Because of the fact that we are informal and in our structuring, even in our registration and so on, the resilience that should happen. I mean, yes, COVID is an event that we have never seen before, disrupting all kinds of value chains, supply chains, and markets and things of that nature. But we have found that those who have been able to survive and to pivot are those that were structured and those that had a formal kind of operating structure and have built in some amount of resilience. I can speak specifically about the music industry, which was completely devastated, and because all access to audiences was just shut down immediately, face-to-face audiences, that is. And those persons who depended on that route to market were terribly impacted. And in Jamaica here, or in musicians, for instance, in the tourism industry, in the hotels and so on, hotels and tourism just closed down immediately overnight. And those persons were immediately impacted in a major kind of way. Many persons, however, have taken up the challenge, those that were built on some resilient structure, and have pivoted in other areas easier than those that did not have that kind of resilience. Another fundamental challenge that our creative industry have in Jamaica, and I suspect elsewhere as well, is the fragmented nature of the ecosystem itself, the entire ecosystem, and it's fragmented for many reasons, and not defined, not well defined. And when I say the ecosystem, I'm speaking not only of the entrepreneurs who are in the creative industries, but the government policy agencies and so on, the education system, the financial support systems and so on. The ecosystem that allows the creative industry to move to its full potential tends to be fragmented. It tends to be in its early stages of development, we would like to think, and relatively immature. The maturity of the ecosystem, however, it is the responsibility of both the entrepreneurs within the ecosystem, the creative industries, and government, and certainly private sector entities that are not related directly to the creative industry entrepreneur, but are part of the ecosystem as well. Let's start with the creatives. The creatives, we spoke about the high levels of informality before. Now that has to be rectified. That has to be, we are now on a drive, for instance, at JVDC, to have creatives and entrepreneurs understand that, first of all, you are in business. Now, that may sound simple, but the truth of the matter is that many creatives don't consider themselves as entrepreneurs. They consider themselves a creative, and they have a talent, and they make a money type of thing, but they don't operate with a mindset that means sustainability, that means thinking through a particular process, that means looking at a structure of your operation that is sustainable and scalable, factors that you would expect of an entrepreneur. So that's the first thing. We need to get an entrepreneurial mindset in our creative industry entrepreneurs. Our industry associations as well need support. And I think one of the key areas of support and advocacy for our creative entrepreneurs is through industry associations. And our industry associations teetering and need some support for development and growth. They're relatively weak. Another area from our entrepreneur side that needs to be looked at is the whole business of collaboration. I don't know how it is in other parts of the world, but certainly sometimes our creatives are not as eager to form strategic network links among their creative industry brothers and sisters as they ought to. Now, we have found that strategic collaboration and networking and that type of thing, and by the way, the point must be made that in this period of the pandemic, more creatives have been forced to look at collaborating, strategic collaborating and so on, that can move their own business and that can provide the economies of scale and of scope that can allow them to enter international markets and sustainability. So that's from the creative side. From the government side, there's also responsibility from that side as well. And one of the key things from the government side is the understanding of the industries, and understanding that it's not a homogeneous block, that each of the creative industries have their own uniqueness and have their own unique means for a path for development and route to market. And as such, different types of policy support are needed for the film industry as opposed to the music industry, as opposed to the gift and craft industry. There may be some similarities, but we need to first of all understand as a government that we're not dealing with a homogeneous blob that we call the creative industry. That's the first thing. The second thing is about the respect for the potential and the value of the creative industries, and as such, ascribe the necessary investment now, not benevolence, investment into an industry that you know is guaranteed to reap returns. Value mentioned earlier some statistics of 5% of GDP and so on. The truth is that right now, this year, we are presently undertaking a new study with the UNESCO's support to look at that valuation, because that was done some 10, 15 years ago, to look at that and to see exactly where we are really, the contribution to GDP, the real contribution to GDP, the real contribution to employment, and as such, the real potential for realizing the investment dollar of the government of the country towards the growth and sustainability. Now that's very, very important. And one thing is to measure the size and the value, but the other is to create the conduits for data mining that will create that those figures continuously in the future, so that we can continue to invest and expect certain returns on those kinds of investment. That's very important for us. One of the things in recent, so that's a government responsibility, and that's government is taking that on, taking the helm on and doing that. And this year in particular, JBDC is leading that charge with the Ministry of Culture and the Statistical Institute of Jamaica to develop a statistical framework for the collection of that data, so that the government can know for sure and on an ongoing basis the value of the industry and its contribution to the GDP and employment and so on. Finally, it's very important, and as you can pick up, I could go on for the entire day. It's something that's close to my heart and very passionate about. It's very important that our intellectual property protection regime is robust enough. Now, we are fortunate in Jamaica to have a Jamaica Intellectual Property Office that is world-class and doing a fairly good job in terms of the protection of intellectual property. But our creatives need to understand the value of this, and that's very important. Our creatives need to understand how it is that you utilize intellectual property management now as an input into your business model, such that you're leveraging your intellectual property rights that you have towards your revenue base and so on, and how it is that you leverage that for continued scaling is an area that we need definitely to focus on if we're talking about growth and scaling of our creative industries. And let me just say, as I close, that I believe that the creative industries, and I know Chris and Daly and Kerry and so on supports me in that, the creative industries in Jamaica is one of the fundamental industries. One of the things that we in Jamaica say we do naturally well. We are naturally good, and we have some global repute as well as the creative industries are concerned. You know, our music, our reggae music is all over the world. Our dance is also all over the world, and our culinary exploits are international renowned as well. It is one of the industries that we do naturally well. We are naturally good at it. I believe, and we believe, that if we put this kind of structure around the creative industries that we're talking about, it's hard work, you know, it's some work that needs to be done, but it's not rocket science work. It's work that needs to be done. We believe that we will have an industry that will far exceed 5% of GDP of our country. I believe that the figure we should be looking at is somewhere in the 10 to 15% of GDP, if and when, not if, when we get this completely right. So with those words, I'll say thank you.
Thank you very much for this rich experience. Really, we enjoyed your sharing, and the good thing with your presentation is that you have looked at all the challenges facing the industry and also made recommendations that apply to both operators in the industry and the government. I think your experience was very, very helpful for this session. So without further delays, I would like to hand over to my co-moderator, Professor Val, for you to introduce the next speakers. Over to you, Val.
Yes, thank you, my esteemed moderator, co-moderator. And, you know, Ebele, this is, of course, the nature of creative industry. You guys are always busy shooting movies. So she's actually, I think her flight was delayed, so she's in the plane. And she said to me, if, you know, I'm going to move on to Dahlia instead of Dahlia, instead of having to wait for her, and then we'll hopefully have her speak when she lands, because she's on flight right now. I think she was at the airport and hoping to talk when she was at the airport via WhatsApp, FaceTime. But so let's just switch to our next speaker. But before we do that, I want to welcome, of course, Armando. I think I did earlier, but you know, just to rub it in again, to the esteemed keynote speaker, and of course our esteemed presenter Mona Lisa Chinda Koka, and also our esteemed speaker Harold Davis, just to sum up how your wonderful presentation is going to lead us to our next measures. And of course, we're hoping to get the same kind of presentation from our esteemed speaker Dahlia Harris and our other esteemed speaker Francis Duru, because you've articulated what the challenges are, and of course raised the opportunities, the challenges of affordable infrastructure, access to affordable infrastructure, challenges of in terms of non-financial capital, and also the challenges of access to financial capital, the different types from loans to grants to investments coming in, and then the question of you know, cross-border collaboration, and then of course the informality issue. So you've all raised a lot of, you know, very thought-provoking, you know, challenges, and at the same time turn those challenges into opportunities for us to then discuss after our next two esteemed speakers. Hopefully the three of you, hopefully if Ebele joins us, will present. So with that as a backdrop, let me call on Dahlia, or is it Dahlia? What's the best?
It's an interesting thing because everywhere else in the world, people say Dahlia, but in Jamaica, they say Dahlia, so I respond to either one.
Wonderful. So please take on.
All right, so I was interested to hear you say our next presenter was on the plane, because I was actually at an event launching Caribbean classic contemporary novels. And so you'll see me, this looks like a car because it is, but I felt it was very important to be a part of this discussion. And so I do theater, I do television, I do film, I act, I write, I produce, I direct. My company, DMH Productions, produces local content, dramas, comedies, magazine shows for television in Jamaica, and sometimes we extend to the cable stations in America. I wanted to take a little bit of challenge to something Harold said, and maybe not so much a challenge, but I wanted to expand it, because he said creatives don't see themselves as entrepreneurs. And I want us to stop seeing creatives as entrepreneurs, and I'm going to explain why. Usain Bolt is one of the greatest athletes of all time, but Usain has a sports management team. The difference between what is required from Usain as an athlete and what is required from Usain in sports management is night and day. It's still sport, but they bring different skill sets to the table. And I find that when I look at the Broadway model, when I look at the West End novel model, there are creative entrepreneurs who bring that skill set, but they're not necessarily the creatives. And so part of the challenge we have, and I guess it has a lot to do with size, I guess it has a lot to do with what is the expected output from us, is a lot of times the creatives are forced into being the entrepreneurs, but they don't have the skill sets. They don't understand the terminology. A lot of creatives, when they go, the mind space isn't structured in that way. There are some that are entrepreneurs, but there are some that will never be. And so I find that we spend a lot of time trying to get a square peg into a round hole, and it never extends. And so why I'm excited about a meeting like this is because when we have people coming from all over the world who have background and knowledge and experience in SMEs and in fiscal policy and in investment and in how contracts are written and in how intellectual property works, then what we really need to be looking at is how can we interest entrepreneurs and investors to come into the creative space? How can we interest them to bring their knowledge and expertise to the creative industry and help us as the persons who are generating the content and generating the music and generating everything else to benefit from that? And so, and I raise the sports model because as also a sports journalist, you find that sports agents and sports agencies manage the process for the athletes. And so athletes will get a contract that's read by the sports agent. Athletes will get endorsements that's managed by the sports agent and by the sports manager. But I find that too often we expect the creative to be the manager, the creative to be the person who's going to sit in a meeting without the language of investment and without the language of business and get someone to invest in a film when they don't know how to speak the language. And so that's one of the challenges that I believe that we have. And I think once we overcome that, then we will no longer be seen as we often are as, you know, almost asking for a handout. We're creative, it's good for you. Give us support. And so a lot of times people see us on the grant end, they see us on the funding end. But what they really need to start seeing is, how can I, as an investor, maximize from this partnership? How can I maximize from this relationship? Right now, coming out of COVID-19, KPMG did a study on the Canada landscape, media and entertainment, and how it's been impacted. And one of the things that they've said is that technology and innovation is the way. It's no longer an option. People will find preference to at-home media and entertainment. Technology and innovation has to direct to home content. So we're looking at building strong, integrated digital models. Creatives are not the technical people that may know how to move digitization. They may not be the technical people who know how to build a website, how to ensure that when monetization happens, it happens on a platform. But what we hope is that we can partner with people who have that expertise and will be able to say, listen, this is what we can bring to the table. And if we look at the models in the US, in Canada, and look at the names of the persons who are the vice presidents of HBOs and the Netflixes, they're not creative people. They're not creative people. They're business people. And so that's one of the things I want to take away from this experience. How can we recognize the specialized skill sets and maximize those instead of trying to shape everyone into a skill that they're just never going to be competent at? At best, we may be au fait with it and we may be able to say, okay, I'm familiar with how this works. But what we really want to do is to bring in the expertise that will say, I can help you to make this happen. And that's been my personal experience. I've been to banks and I've sat down with them and I've said, okay, I don't speak your language. What is going to get you interested in investing in what we do? And then they start asking for numbers. They start asking for data. So a lot of what Harold said was also very important, that as creatives, we have to figure out how do we capture the impact that we make. When I do theater, I don't say, can you come and support the play? I say, I'm going to put on 1,000 shows and 400 people per night. That's X amount of people. So per dollar, this is what your return on investment will be if you come in as a sponsor of the show. And I find that it's been a little bit more successful when we do that. But not all creatives have the resources or the time to do that approach. So out of this, I'm hoping that that will happen. I also find that our brands are some of the most successful brand images in the world. there are a lot of companies that are using brands out of Africa. In terms of the names, brand names, the brand name Jamaica, the colors, we tell the most interesting stories and have the most interesting experiences. And when we look into who makes up the African diaspora, including us here in the Caribbean, the numbers are outstanding. And so we start to look at the idea that COVID-19 has actually presented us with an opportunity to connect to the African diaspora, and that together we can reach your markets, you can reach our markets. We can include your actors, our writers, your writers. You can bring your expertise in terms of directing, in terms of access to equipment, and together we can collaborate on creating works and then accessing this very large base of people. Then I see a pretty bright future for us. But it requires this type of meeting, this type of understanding. We talk a good talk as a people, and what we really need to do sometimes is also to knock out those deliverables, those schedules. Together at the end of this meeting, what are we going to do to change this, to make this work for us? And as a creative, I have to say, to share our experiences. A lot of people come to Jamaica because of our music, because of our athletes. And so film, television, content is also a way in which we bring economy to our nations. So when we sit at a table with our governments, it is not just about let us support the creative industry because it's a part of what they do, and we're giving people an outlet for expression, which is very important. But if globally the studies have said that the orange economy and the cultural and creative industries is the way forward, then we have to tangibly start making some moves to make that happen, and understand that this is really a strength of industry, is a strength of economy, and that it is the way forward. So for me, I mean, I've heard most of what I wanted to say has already been expressed by everyone, but I felt that that was just the missing element that I wanted to inject into the conversation in terms of how do we broaden the idea of what is cultural and creative industry to not only include creatives, but to include business people and people with certain managerial and business mindsets to come in and to help change the face of just how viable we are. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dalia, for a very wonderful presentation. Just hitting the nail on the head as usual, like the esteemed speakers before you, talking about the question of, I think you also expatiated a little on Harold's view of entrepreneurship and perceptions of what the role should be for the creative industry, and whether or not, they should be referred to as entrepreneurs or their agents or people working for them, because they're zeroing in and focusing more on their creativity. And so should they be bothered, even though they own the business? So I think you're both saying the same thing in terms of you own the business, but do you have that scale to then do the negotiation part of the scale? And what my esteemed co-host and presenter was talking about, and also I think Frank in the first session, about the skills, contract drafting, contract negotiations, the IP side. So we're all on board. That's why we're having this. And of course, as you know, also my esteemed co-moderator, Prudence, those of us that are here, I think 4 of us, we're not, creatives, but we're the ones that support the creatives. In other words, be it in the non-financial, what I call the non-financial capital. I think Prudence may be on the financial capital side, and also my esteemed keynote speaker, Armando Manuel, he works at the World Bank, and he mentioned bankable projects. So when we're talking, I think that was a very critical point he raised, which at the end of it, I think I'm a little unstable right now. Can you hear me? It says my
Yes,
internet is unstable.
Very well.
So
very
when
well.
we talk, when we do next measures, we'll be discussing that aspect that my esteemed keynote speaker, the distinguished keynote speaker, Armando Manuel, talked about, the bankability of the creative industry. Why is it not being used within the settings of the World Bank, you see? So, you know, as you know, I don't know if you can see me with my cell phone, because where I switched off at some point, because, you know, I mentioned that Ebele, the next esteemed presenter, she's doing the business of creative like you all always do. So I know you understand that she's on the road shooting a movie. She's actually been kind enough to stop by, so you may hear some noise, and I hope you can hear her. So she's the next presenter, and Francis, who's a chief actually, it's Chief Francis Duru, right? Francis, you're there, can you hear me? Francis, did you turn off? Okay, Francis, you don't mind Bella speaking before you, because she's on the road and she just arrived in the plane. Yes, because you're going to be the next speaker. Okay, so we now have the next speaker, Ebele, and she's going to be talking. And hopefully, Francis, you're not there anymore.
I'm here. I'm here.
Okay, switch on your video, please. Or I didn't see you because you're next. So Ebele, you're next now, so you can talk, please. We're reconnecting to her, so if you give her a moment, please. Yes. Oh. She's coming. There's a little technicality. I think she's coming back. If she doesn't come back, we can move on, I think, with Francis. Oh. The line cut off. Okay, so why don't we have Francis Duru present, and as the next person, while we wait for Ebele to come on, because she cut off. This is just the nature of internet, and I think we were talking about it, about the, you know, this is a deficiency. Oh, she's back. She's back. Okay, 1 second. Hi, Ebele. Hello. Yes, okay. Okay. The line, that's all right. So you're next now. So can you present, please? Okay. So we can hear you. Yes.
Should I?
Yeah. Okay. Okay, we're listening.
This is known as Ebele Okaro. I'm a Nollywood actor. The to an extent, I have my own company. And
can everybody hear her, please?
Okay, let me just get.
Can you hear her?
We're hearing her. She can proceed then.
Can everybody hear? They can hear you. So I'm introducing you. Oh, you can? Can you hear her? Okay, quickly, I'll just introduce her. Ebele Okaro-Onuike is an entrepreneur, humanitarian, Nollywood actor, content creator, producer, and CEO of Flat Feet Productions Limited. She's a multiple award, yes, she's a multiple award winner, AMV, CA, ZA, FA, and BON. And I think she also recently just won an award again within the last week. Okay, Ebele, so please, you can now present, please. Okay.
Okay, my name is Ebele Okaro-Onuike, known as Ebele Okaro in the industry, Nollywood industry, Nigeria, everyone knows they've come a long way, but we're still lagging behind in spite of all the efforts we put in, and that's because of finance.
You cannot do it. Cannot.
Ahead of Hollywood. We display our unique talents and our culture with money. We don't have the money to finance the kind of projects that we would like to
commented. This is that's the same point for her, but does it meet, Abi? Okay, it's muted. Yours. It's not muted. Network is.
I think we're having a connection.
Hello, okay. I was saying that we should be ranking side by side with Hollywood that have really messed us up. But these factors can be solved if we have basically finances, which we can only get from external bodies and countries that are way ahead of Nigeria. Not that our government is not trying, but they're not trying hard enough. We need visibility. We need to be seen in our own best by the world, not just through badly made movies that doesn't portray our skills and professionalism. If we're able to raise money, we should be able to present better movies and sell our culture. We need collaboration, joint ventures between us, amongst ourselves first, and then with companies out there in the world. And I know that is why you people are here. You're the economic people behind us. We're entrepreneurs, yes, but we don't know much about selling of this thing, financing them, and that is where you people come in to help us generate enough funds to shoot our movies so that they will be able to generate enough money to ensure that the industry grows better than it is already. Now, we need, we're all A-list, all of us that have been on this platform, we are all A-list actors. Yet we don't have anything tangible to show for it. And that's because we don't have enough money to do what we have to do. The income is minimal, we barely survive. Actors in Nigeria do such great works under very tedious environments, and yet they're not able to come up with the kind of money, they ought to and considering the work they put in, the effort they put into this whole thing. And when some of our people fall ill, they die. They die off without proper medical attention because of, again, lack of money. We need investors, please. We need investors, capital, so that money can be generated. If this money is generated, everybody would be happy. We, the entrepreneurs, will all be happy. Because at the end of the day, what's the bottom line? It's about money making. Give us an enabling environment to, deliver our best. So that we'll be seen, Nigeria will be seen for what it is. Our actors will be exposed. Our culture will be out there. People will begin to see it from our own point of view, not from the point of view of other countries that don't really know so much about us. We also need to be able to get working visas. I mean, most times our people come abroad to shoot movies, and you find that movies in corners. I call them corner movies because they don't really make sense. But if we're able to get working visas, which you people out there can help us to initiate, if we can get working visas, we come into the United States, we come into London, anywhere to work and work very well without hiding. We don't need to hide. We've been made by God as creatives. We need to go out there and showcase what we have. And we cannot do it without finances. We cannot do it without getting working visas. There's no point coming to somebody's country and be hiding. And challenge out there, nobody knows you. Unlike international stars from America and other countries, they come out to other countries, they're treated like stars. They're treated properly. So much respect, So we need that exposure to help us come out and have security. Okay, this person is coming into your country. Oh, like an Ebela Okaro is coming into your country, and Ejika says, there should be security because we're big people in the way that God has made us. When I say big, I don't mean like you get what I'm saying. We're there. God has made us to be visible, and that's what I mean when I say big people. We're visible. And if we're going to be visible, then we need want for a premiere, a movie that was shot in Nigeria. I know what I went through. It wasn't funny at all. So sometimes you need people to protect you, And what else? I'm sorry, my head is all, up there in the air because I'm still working. I just have to sneak out and, talk. I don't know if the time is up or not, but basically all I'm asking asking is that you people should help us. It is a lot of things going out there. Nigeria is this, Nigerians are bad. That everybody is bad. In every country you have bad people, but remember you also have the good ones. Let us portray the good things about Nigeria, and we cannot do it effectively without finances. So all I'm asking on this platform is, please help us, make us visible, give us the money. At the end of the day, you make money, we make money, we're all. Let's go out there and make it worth our while. I hope I've been able to say one or two things, I just but I rest my case here.
Thank you very.
Hello?
Yes, thank you very much, Ebele, for a wonderful presentation. And I hope everybody heard what Ebele, did you hear what Ebele said? Was it visible over there? Because I had to communicate via she communicated via my cell phone. Yeah, via WhatsApp.
Yeah.
Mona Lisa, did you hear Ebele? Hello, Mona Lisa. Did you hear Ebele? I'm sorry? It was fantastic. Okay, good. I'm glad that everybody heard her. So I think that just to sum, thank you so much, Ebele. Are you going to remain here or are you going on to your to shooting your movie? You can stay. You can stay on. Okay. Okay. Fantastic. Thank you for summarizing. And I think most people heard, but in some, Bella raised very critical issues of, additional opportunities that arise besides the challenges of, making sure that there's access to security when they travel, and also immigration, because I remember in the first session, I mentioned how Christopher had done a wonderful job with the Jamaican ambassador to the Nigerian ambassador to Jamaica with respect to opening up the borders right now in terms of direct flights from Jamaica to Nigeria. So these are sort of like non-financial capital that incentivize productivity within this SME and creative industry. So yeah, so the issues you raise about security, immigration. In fact, within the US, I'm working on sending a draft to Senator Warner of Virginia, whom I had the pleasure of attending an e-meeting last, that was before the elections, I believe October. And he has asked me to send a draft that he will add to the investment bill that is going to go before Congress concerning immigration. I think it's the E-visa, the E category. And as you rightly mentioned, there are all these other extraneous non-financial capital mechanisms that we can also use to incentivize the SME creative industry to become more productive and economically viable in the long run. Now, we're going to have more time to have that discussion when we have our interaction, which is after Francis Duru, who's Chief Francis Duru, who's our next esteemed presenter. And so without much further ado, let me turn to Francis, who's going to be presenting, who's going to be the next presenter.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
First and foremost, my warm felicitation to everyone there. Mr. Mando from World Bank, Harold Davis, Christopher Malcolm, Dahila, all my brethren from Jamaica. Miafi say big up all the time. Janov. It's been a wonderful time here, and I'm so privileged to share podium with these wonderful people. Actually, virtually everything that I wanted to say has been said, but to a large extent, I think I need to throw more light on some of the things that we have heard here today. If I were to title my little talk, I will call it Looking at the Industry Beyond the Gloss. Beyond the gloss, maybe I may use an overflowed cliche or one of the fables of what we've known over the time, about the goose that lays the golden egg. And looking at the goose as the creative natives, the creative workforce, the production manager, the sound engineer, the welfare, the woman who provides food and everything, and the golden eggs being the data we have, Nollywood being the largest after Bollywood, second source of revenue for the nation, 1.42 billion into the national the GDP. And my question is, beyond all this, how does the goose fare? How does, just like Mona Lisa, my sister, shared earlier, how come we've not taken our time to provide advocacies that will look into welfareism and well-being of the creative native? I have done workshops, done trainings in Gambia, Kenya, Namibia, Ghana. It speaks to the same thing. And like Harold Davis said, you know, it's virtually the same culture of mismanagement of the sweat and energies that build the things that have built our nations and added so much value to our economic stance. You know, we hear these talks, big talks, Nollywood has given this, our industry is doing that, but how does the creative native fare? You heard Bella, she said it too. And so the essence of everything that has been said here today, for me, will be on issue of welfare and well-being of the creative native. Because if we are talking about productivity, you must talk about how to, you know, make productivity stand tall every which time. And if you must do that, you must enhance creativity. And if you must enhance creativity, we must create an enabling environment for creativity to thrive. If you do not, it will be the tendency of splitting open the belly of the golden fleece, get all the eggs out, and it dies. So much is being said, so much has been shared from World Bank. We've heard some things that I even noted. And in the end of the day, I want to ask the question, how are we going to solve this problem of welfare, this problem of well-being? As we speak, 95% of the persons who have contributed so much to make the industry stand tall are living in penury. The worst part of it is that they cry, but they do not cry in the open. They cry in the rain, they cry in the dark, because the gloss they have been seen from makes them look vulnerable. They don't know who to talk to, they don't know who to reach out to. The next thing you hear, death. The next thing you hear, I can't take care of my family. The next thing you hear, I can't pay off my children's school fees. Yet the data keeps, you know, being promoted, you know, 1.4 billion. Nollywood is the greatest. These things we have heard, enough of the grandstanding. But I'm so elated, you know, for the choice of the topics here, to the extent that it touched on this aspect of productivity. Enough has been said. Most of the things I wanted to say are already here. But again, my single advice is this. Is it possible for us to create an advocacy that will look into these areas of welfare and well-being, to nurture and nourish the persons, you know, the creative minds who are putting all this, is not stifle their creativity. Standard of living is very, very key. If the creative industry is adding so much to the economy of every nation, there should be a deliberate attempt to see that they are nourished and nurtured. I'm so happy after AFTA has come in is on board. I'm also happy that World Bank is here. And I asked the question in the World Bank perspective, to what extent have you gazetted the creative industry to understand what the standard of living of these persons are? It's very important. So creating this advocacy from this discourse, this platform, becomes absolutely necessary. Set up this mechanism, have an overview of what the welfare and well-being of the creative native looks like, to what extent can help be given. The help may not be finances. The help may be creating more or less, a wealth creation mechanism that will make the creative nation look away from what, he or she is doing to say, okay, yeah, I have another source of living. The next has to do with setting up a fine peer review mechanism. I was so happy to have heard from Dyla Harris and Harold Davis sharing the Jamaican experience. One thing we also need to do is to make sure that this talk continues from this level. If their client is doing it well, we should be able to copy from it. And that's what I think, Professor Val should help us do, and the other, Mr. Prudence and the rest who have been able to come up with this. That review mechanism to look at how we can do well by virtue of the model other clients that are doing well, are using. The next has to do, to also look at how much education we give other members of the creative industry, especially Nigeria, in terms of, intellectual property protection. My sister Mona Lisa talked about that. It's very necessary. Here in Nigeria, it is not in existence. One, because the man who is giving you the job does not have time for that. There is no job. You don't give him conditions. The opportunity is there. Take it or leave it. Stop asking me about contract, because there are 1,001 persons who are using it. And at the end of the day, what you get is harsh working conditions. People working very late in the night and coming back very late in the night. Armed robbers attacking people while they are working. Nobody cares. Nobody wants to know. You have a snake bite right there in the belly of the bush. There's no medical care, nothing. And guess what? It has been accepted as a status quo that anyway, we just have nothing to do. Make we just manage in the pidgin parlance. So when the wrong thing becomes a normal, it becomes a problem. These are the tendencies that need to be actually readjusted, not because we can't manage it, but simply because it is the right way of doing things. If you keep stifling, right now there's a big problem. The level of poverty in Nollywood is alarming. People get to do jobs for ordinary pittance because they just have to survive. And like Mr. Mando said, subsistence level is not where the industry can thrive. The survivalist tendency, you would not blame the producer or the man who is doing the job. He has little money to do the production. He begins to cut corners left here and there. And in cutting corners, he's cutting down the lifespan of the goose that lays the golden egg. So globally, everybody is talking about diva mentality. This person is here. This person had lost this amount, but nobody talks about. If you were to relate the great movies you're talking about and the persons who were involved in them, what their lifestyle is now as compared to how much money has been made from it, you will be shocked. Like I said earlier, creative natives now, they cry in the rain because the world has seen you as a celebrity, a superstar, a big person, and that's the way they look at you. But way back in your pocket, there's nothing to write home about. Not because you did not give your best, but like Lisa said, how do we get royalties back that somebody can do? I have done more than 250 films. As a pioneer, Nollywood, producer, director, everything, but we keep standing not because of the profession, but because we have been able to diversify into some other things that are giving us money to keep the profession alive. So survival tendencies will continue, but if and only if we are being open to grants, to soft loans, like Lisa said, soft loans that do not call for your liver or your kidney as a collateral, soft loans that you'll be doing at the end of the day, you are so relaxed. Grants that will help expand the frontiers of what we make. This is one thing I believe this platform can do for us. I believe that simply because your choice of the topics and everything, which means you must have done thorough research to understand that these things are real. We are not saying them because we are complaining. In the country, Nigeria today is a big problem. I was shocked to hear how much money is contributed to the economy. But when they begin to talk about the finances of the nation, you will never see the creative industry. Nobody is doing anything. My next point has to do with how much can this peer review mechanism, reflect on the guilds, so that at the end of the day, because if you can get the guilds right, Actors Guild, Directors Guild and everything, if you can get them right, we can infuse these. But without this, it's a big problem. I believe in one thing, and which is, if we transform this talk to a walk, be rest assured, the goose that lays the golden egg may lay beyond the golden egg. What is wrong with that goose laying a platinum egg? It is possible. And this platform here that you have given us provides the opportunity for these things to happen. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Francis Duru. And that was a very wonderful speech and presentation. And I think I did not mention that you are the Nollywood actor, you're also an entrepreneur, you're also a humanitarian, and you're also the 2017 UN Ambassador of Peace Award winner. So thank you, well said and well put. Everything you said was very critical to the whole, because this is the end of our session 2. So you rounded it up well, talking about emphasizing on the valuing of creatives and the need and urgency for financial and non-financial capital intervention here, and the role that lawyers and trade and economic development professionals can play in facilitating economic sustainability within this sector. It's very critical what you've said. And I think not just you, but the whole team. And I hope Christopher is here, because we'll be moving on to, and I'll be reverting back to my esteemed co-moderator, who's going to then do an interactive discussion with everybody. And I think Frank couldn't, he has a client meeting that he had to run to. Bella is still here, but now at this stage, and I think the embassy is still represented. Tarella, are you there? But she said she wanted the YouTube because the ambassador came at the earlier stage. So she also requested the YouTube. But really, at this interactive stage, it's very critical because this is the end of our meeting. And wonderful, Terrell, everybody's here. So that, because I said earlier in session 1, I'm a professor, I'm also an attorney, and a US and Nigerian attorney, and business owner, but I'm a doer. I like the doer part better than everything else. So it's not the kumbaya rhetoric, and we have wonderful people at this, everybody here is, on their lane, they're top notch. So please, let me hand over to my esteemed co-moderator for him to take over. Thanks. Wonderful, wonderful.
Thank you very much, Prof. Val. I think this is a wonderful session. We have been enjoying it. We have been enjoying the rich experience of all the panelists. Let me start by thanking our keynote speaker, Armando Manuel. He has highlighted a number of policy and perspectives for the future, and we can see what will be the policy options if we have to really improve the creative industry. But he will also come back to the floor to react to some of the challenges that have been emphasized by all speakers, because all of them have been blaming the policy shortfalls to promote this industry, which is a very important industry that contributes to the GDP of countries, but policies have not been giving it due consideration. So I think Manuel will have time to respond to that. Some of the issues that have been highlighted by all speakers. Let me first of all thank the distinguished panelists, Ms. Mona Lisa, Mr. Harold, Ms. Ebele, Ms. Daria, and Mr. Francis Duru for your wonderful experience that you have shared with all of us. Some of the challenges that have been highlighted, which I have tried to summarize, include the number one was the way of sustaining the profession or this industry, especially after retirement, because of the issues of registration of loyalties and the protection of their intellectual property rights. The other issue that has been highlighted is related to informality of the sector. It seems that all people operating in this sector, whether companies, whether individuals, are working in the survival environment, and I think this has to be addressed. The issue of funding has come up. The issue of the ecosystem. All policies affecting the industry are not favoring the industry to grow. This has to be also taken into consideration. And the issue of mindset. Actors in this industry should have entrepreneurship mindset. I'm glad to see that most of the speakers that we have here are entrepreneurs, but they are urging all other people working in this industry to have that entrepreneurship mindset, to work professionally and make sure that the industry contribute to their welfare. And they're also calling upon investors to take this industry seriously by investing money both in the production and distribution of the creatives. And I think I will allow each and everyone, we have about 10 minutes to go, starting with Manuel. I will allow each speaker to have their concluding remarks. I do not have specific questions, but I would like to have a reaction of each speaker between 1 and 2 minutes maximum.
And
Manuel?
Can I just chime in on that too? If you can add on to what my esteemed moderator said, all the points he mentioned are really very critical. Please add on, because of the connectivity issue, which is central to this meeting. Going forward, how do you see the movement forward for this from this forum in terms of next measures? And please, Christopher, I want you to chime in. So if each person can talk, as my co-moderator has mentioned, for a very, just a few points, that will be wonderful. And that will give Chris a chance to also chime in. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Definitely, definitely. Manuel, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I appreciate, the comments made by other panelists. Very, very, very enlightening. Allow me to mention that the World Bank is just one institution on the road of development. But most of actions at the end of the day, they should be taken by the ownership of the governments. And within the portfolio of the World Bank, actually, one of the areas that my office has been pushing strongly, it's not seeing the World Bank only as a financial institution, but as a knowledge institution. We have a pile of knowledge within the institution, experiences of successes across the world that can be leveraged through our countries. And one of the areas that we have been pushing strongly is the governance. Regulation. The creative industry, it's a kind of a new sector to the reality of our economies. And most of our economies are more focused on the traditional sectors and not open to bring regulation and accommodate and exploit the opportunities that such a sector brings into the picture. So what perhaps the World Bank can do is on the governance. But this is a partnership that has to be built within the governments. Second, I understood that the key question is, how to monetize the creative industry. And here we have to look into the value chain. I mean, we have the promoters of the creative industry, but we have to look into the other sectors that can be put all together into the structure. And the second question is how to distribute equitable the resources that are generated from this sector. I mean, if we have the generators here, and the sector contributes so much into the economy, this indicates that something is not flowing within the value chain. I mean, I mentioned the role of advisory services. IFC not only provides loans or equity, but provides advisory service. I mean, the ability to hire the experts in the field, go into the marketplace and study the market and see how can we leverage, I mean, the business, the market in the sector, how we can create markets, how we can cascade opportunities. So it's another window as well. Finally, we do focus on areas that will impact on the well-being directly or indirectly will still impact on the creative business. Allow me to bring the picture. Today, I mean, I'm a fan of Nollywood. When I was back in Africa, I used to, I mean, go to the YouTube and enjoy all those movies. When I moved to DC, I mean, I was able to grab a much high stage quality of movies. I mean, through the TV. I mean, this is all possible with the good connectivity. This is all possible with the digital transformation. I mean, this is possible in Africa if we increase access to energy. And those are the critical areas where the World Bank has been pushing on. Leverage on digital transformation, improve regulatory schemes in the countries to open up of opportunities for investors in the digital sector. I mean, increase electricity access so that, I mean, the population can have more access to those services, to those goods, so on. So at the end of the day, we're still working on that. Final point, this is a good opportunity indeed, but we need to have champions in the sector. As Mr. Harold mentioned, the experience of Jamaica. Associations of the professionals of the industry that can engage with the authorities and other stakeholders, identify the key sectors connected with the business. I mean, soft investments, for instance, I mean, digital payments, all those opportunities, because they will provide means and ways, I mean, to retain resources and to make sure that the issues that were presented here are easily handled in a good manner. So the idea is create jobs, but good jobs, better jobs. And when we talk about better jobs, as Mona Lisa raised, what about our future? I mean, if we are in the industry, in the value chain, let's think about setting up a pension fund, so that we can retain part of the resources and not consume everything. I mean, if we are in the industry, let's think about investing in cross sectors. You may be in one sector, but you buy bonds in another, you buy bonds and invest in another sector. You don't need to know management of that sector, but you have seeds in different baskets that will generate incomes in the future of what you are doing today. I mean, this is the talk that has to go on so that we leverage in knowledge, because I see huge opportunities. For instance, I don't know how Nigeria is thinking about. I mean, there is a huge Portuguese community in Africa. Those fellas, Portuguese speakers like myself, who are able to understand English, they enjoy so much the movies. But there is a huge community of Portuguese speakers. Perhaps doubling up those movies into Portuguese, it's another market opportunity that will bring more resources. I have no idea how is it the Francophone community. So we still have lots of opportunities within Africa. We just have to leverage, find ways to monetize it on a more efficient manner. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Manuel, for those wonderful remarks and promising words of confidence. Mona Lisa, do you have your concluding remarks? Mona Lisa, are you online?
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry about that.
Okay, we can hear you now.
Yeah, so really just, it is not enough that Nigerian films, even other parts of Africa get support for funds by private investors, financial institutions and government, but it is expedient that these funds are channeled effectively into different parts of the creative business, filmmaking and production process to generate quality films that would compete with the, with other films globally. And lastly, it is very important that we implement some, if not everything we have deliberated on here. We just have to look into this very, very disturbing issues, which if we're not careful, we might just overlook it and get carried away with the big stuff, when the little things as low and as little as retirement, how we can get what we have put out there, how we can get back. It is important we look into this and let's just collaborate. Let's collaborate, partnership, let's collaborate. Collaboration is the way forward in this particular issues we've discussed here. So that's about it.
Thank you very much, Mona Lisa, for the concluding remarks. Mr. Harold?
Yes.
Over to you.
Yeah, man. Again, respect and thanks for being here. It has been a great experience. I believe, as Chief Francis says, that we are sitting on a platinum mine that we call the creative industries, and really it is the core of our country's ability to leap forward in terms of our economic development of our issue. But certain things we need to, critical things we need to fix. Like I mentioned, and I'm happy my sister, my good friend, who I'm happy to call my friend Delia, mentioned it about the entrepreneurial mind. I'm particularly, I'm not asking our creatives to become financiers or accountants and so on. But what I'm saying is that we have to have an entrepreneurial mindset in the way in which we operate. We have to understand that we need to be close to an accountant. We need to be close to a manager. We need to be close to our lawyer, Christopher, and so on. We need to have those persons in our circle, such that our craft as a business can be scaled and can go international and can be internationalized. On the government side, we have responsibilities as well. The main thing I would say is that our understanding of the industries is very important, and that is not a homogeneous group. There are specifics that we need to understand about each of the industries within the cultural and creative industries that are very important for us to generate policies that are relevant for it. We have to understand the supply side and how we need to generate policies to support the supply side, which is the creatives themselves. The demand side, how it is that we create demand for some of the creative products that we're talking about. And of course, how do we establish market efficiencies? Very, very important as well. We need to move from where we are to the point where we don't have any starving artists. We are in Jamaica, we have the artist ends up being poor. We need to move that part. We need to make that paradigm shift away from that we can create wealth within the creative industries and the entrepreneurs within the creative industries themselves. But not only that, one thing we hadn't spoke about, and the last thing I'm going to say, is the role that the creative industries have in creating wealth in other industries. That is so critical as the creative industries, as an igniter of creativity, of technological growth and so on in other industries. It's a platinum mine that we're sitting on. And I believe if we continue this cross-border conversation, with the lessons learned across all of our territories, I believe that we will move this trajectory forward. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, Harold. Dahlia, are you still online?
Yes, I wouldn't leave such an important conversation. First, I want to say thanks to everyone who participated. It's an honor to meet all of you. I'm a big Nollywood fan myself, and so it was amazing to speak with everyone. And Mr. Armando from World Bank, it's important to have people like you come and sit with us and share. And so for me, it really is just to keep on facilitating meetings like this and sharing the similarities that we have as challenges, sharing just some of the ways in which we have met them, we've overcome them, and coming up with new ideas of how together we can move forward. No starving artists in 2021, that's what we're aiming for. And I feel that together we are able to do that. And we just need to move forward and get it done. So thank you very much, everyone. And thanks for having me, Doc.
Thank you. Thank you once again, Daria. Francis, your final remarks.
I just want to say first and foremost, Mr. Harold, I just heard what I wanted to hear from you. Yeah, man, maximum respect. Thank you so much. I think it's worthwhile for me. It's like rejuvenation of a dream that died some years back in terms of connectivity. We have created platforms in various countries in what we call our Nollywood Roadshow, which was meant to identify with other clients in terms of what we do, share ideas, get into more or less productions together, I mean, bilateral relationship, culturally or thereabout. But I'm beginning to see that manifest, especially from what Diala said and what Mr. Malcolm has said, is right with Jamaica as actually the pivot to kickstart the work of this platform with Ms. Aharo Davis. And I think you guys should be getting ready to come over this way and also making arrangements for us to come over there. I'm a very big fan of Jamaica. And if we can do this, that platinum dream, to be candid, will manifest. I beg this group to say, use us as your guinea pig to kickstart this project. Diana said something amazing. The kind of content you're creating over there, we have them in abundance. It is not the humongous, capital we need to do this, but we must set up a blueprint where we use the things we've said here, the persons we use here as the guinea pig to see this thing start. There's a challenge I have, which is the challenge of, suitcase resource persons in the industry who have never been on set, who do not know what is happening on set, but they sit to take decisions on people who go out there. We should be very, very careful of such. But looking at all the potentials we have here, I think we have a very good way to go. And I'm glad. Thank you so much. Big up, maximum respect once more. Janov.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think now I don't know whether we still have a Bele on the call. But
yes, Bele had to run to her, she finished her presentation. So now she's shooting a movie in Asaba. So
now, Prof, I will hand over back to you. We
still have 15 minutes because this goes on till, or rather we have another 15 minutes because I gave an extra time. I took an extra time.
Well, that's great.
But I don't want to leave without, thanking everybody, all the esteemed presenters and our distinguished keynote speaker for a very wonderful presentation today. And we also have Alhaji Mohammed, who is the trade attaché, the trade minister of the Nigerian embassy, here in Washington, D.C., who has just joined us. Well, he joined us in session 1 and he was here in session 2, and he's back with his assistant, Tarela Njo Kama. So I wanted to again call on him because I'm sure he talked earlier at session 1. So session 2, Alhaji Mohammed, please, I know you spoke earlier. I didn't warn you ahead of time, but please, we would want to indulge you to just make a few comments on your reaction to session 2. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good morning or evening, whatever is the time in your place. Excuse me. Sorry, I had to break off to go and do one or two things. I think the 2 sessions, I think, are worthwhile experience for us. For me, this is the first time I'm joining this kind of conversations, and it has enlightened me a lot on the ways and things are being done in the creative industry. And like I said earlier, we on the part of the bureaucracy, we are now knowledgeable enough. We know some of the encumbrances, and we would put it into practice and ensure that all the small hitches that we can do away with, we would make sure it's done away with, to ensure that things are done properly and smoothly for the benefit of the participants or all the actors in the creative industry. And I hope this is just an eye-opener and a beginning for all of us. And I will be very grateful to join you anytime, at any given moment. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And also, I want to close up because a lot of issues that have been raised require next measures that will involve economists like esteemed co-moderator Prudence Sebahizi, and economists also like a distinguished keynote speaker, Armando Manuel, who is the executive director of South Africa, Nigeria, and Angola at the World Bank, and also Frank Samolis, who was there earlier, but he's with clients right now, and me. So, and I know he raised the question of bankable projects within the World Bank, and the Afro Caribbean region is separate. Armando, we've talked about that, my brother, about how the Caribbean region is within Latin America, even though the Caribbean shares a lot in terms of culture. But I think it's for convenience. I think that the World Bank and most multilateral bodies do that. So within that framework, I want, I'm hopefully with the next few minutes, if Christopher can sort of chime in, because he's a guru on this question of, you know, facilitating productivity of SMEs in the Caribbean region. And then also if esteemed keynote speaker can just chime in on that bit of bankability, that would be wonderful. And then we can close. We still have a little bit of time. I extended the time, if you don't mind. It's 2:11 right now. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Val, you wanted me to jump in here?
Yes, please.
Okay, thanks. I don't know that there's much else I can say at this point. I, like everybody else, I was here for the first session and for this one as well, and I must say that both have been eye-openers. And I'm particularly impressed, as always I would be in a situation like this, that the creatives are here. And you know, the beauty about this set of creatives that we have is that they are not just talking the talk of creatives. They are people who are actually involved in the industry, so they know where the bones are buried. And they understand the difficulties that they have to deal with on a daily basis, and understand as well, importantly, that they have heard enough talk shops all over the place, a lot of it coming from government, quite frankly. So in the context of the Caribbean, we have heard enough words being said about how important the sector, the creative sector is, enough words being said about what measures are to be implemented and so on. But at the end of the day, very often these fail, as happens, and I'm going to say something for a lot of international institutions as well. Very often, a lot of decisions are made. We hear that about regional institutions and so on, where the technocrats sit and they make decisions about what is to be done. And as I heard Francis say a little earlier, he's wary of the suitcase providers. Because very often, you have a lot of persons who are there coming up with grand ideas. But when they get to the point of being taken to implementation, they simply fail because they have not adequately taken account of the practitioners and what they need. And secondly, even where they do, they sometimes have not had enough involvement with them to ensure that there's a PR machinery. And those in the creative sector, you all know that however good your product is, if you don't have it properly publicized and taken to the level where people are prepared to buy into it, it gets you absolutely nowhere. Packaging and marketability works well. And unfortunately, we have not had enough of that happen from a lot of institutions, including international, financial, and other institutions, in terms of how they come up with solutions as they deem them, without the sufficient involvement. And even when they come up with solutions that might have creative involvement, they very often are not sufficiently geared to the needs of ourselves, because the target audience that they took the ideas from do not reflect us. So the beauty of this sort of machinery that we're working on is that it gives us an opportunity to speak a language that we understand across jurisdictional borders, which have similarities running in terms of how we do things, where there are sociocultural and other things that bind, and in circumstances where we have an opportunity to say, look, let us pull our best resources together. Clearly, there's a lot that has to be done, dealing with questions of bankability, dealing with questions of legal infrastructure, dealing with questions of marketing and publicity. And I know that there are persons here who are much better suited than I am to speak to that. Dealing importantly enough as well with ensuring that things are internationalized. And I say that deliberately because my own view is that we are now in a space where it no longer is possible to be parochial. The moment you go online, you're international, because everything goes up and it's there for posterity. So how do we then move to that other stage where we understand that the things that are purely parochial are no longer sufficient? However, it's not the same as saying that there's not space for us to retain our identity. There's a way to retain your identity while nevertheless moving beyond parochial borders. The question is, how do we train people? How do we get people properly capacitated and so on, so they can understand how to make these leaps, understand how to pull it all together, so we're able to create, we're able to express our identity, but in a manner which enables us to broaden our market share and also tell our stories properly. Because very often another set of people come and they tell our stories and they never ever do it properly anyway. I can't tell you enough, I'm sure as Nigerians you'll say the same thing, of how many movies I've seen in my life with some person who knows nothing about Jamaica, supposedly speaking a Jamaican language and behaving the way. I remember that I was in London, if I may just quickly say this, some time ago, and there was a matter, a criminal law matter, and a friend of mine asked me to look at some transcript. And the person who was transcribing the patois transcript, the patois recording into transcript which was going to court, and who claimed to be a patois expert, his only connection to Jamaica was that he had a girlfriend who was Jamaican. And yet he was being paid lots and lots of money for presenting transcripts. And when it's interesting in that particular case, because when I listened to his translation, I simply said to my colleague who was the lawyer who asked me, I said, look, do not even challenge it, because if he heard what I heard, your client would be in jail for the rest of his life, literally. But the point is that we have persons who then take on and present what they do not know, and to that extent are not representing us well. So I'm happy for this, not just because it gets us together in an arena that can work, but it also gets us an opportunity where we can retain our identities and work through programs that allow us to share and to fertilize across our jurisdictional borders. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher, for a very wonderful summary. And please, Armando.
Thank you. Allow me to say one of the challenges that we have with the continent is related with the risk appetite and perception. Issues related with the sustainability, so on. And in such circumstances, usually governments play a role to the risk. The bank has some products as well to the risk. I mean, ring fence uncertainties that investments may have to go into the market. But this is dedicated to specific sectors that are related with the bank's agenda. I have no idea, I have to confess, I have no idea of, I have seen one initiative in the creative industry, but I'm pretty sure the creative industry can be brought into the picture by joining with the other sectors. Let's say I may have a project in education where the creative industry can chip in. I may have a project in the health sector, the creative industry can chip in. At the end of the day, you have a package that will benefit one or another sector. So this is what I can say. Additionally, it's a matter to bring the experts when you prepare a project. Because, I mean, financial institutions, they do not only seek a specific agenda on development, but they also seek profitability so that they can build up their balance sheet. If there is a business that is profitable, there is a business that offers assurance of future returns, obviously those investors will be willing to invest there.
Thank you very much for that, Amando. And you know, I wanted to sort of add on to that, even you can piggyback on tourism, you know, because the bank is big on tourism now. So the creative industry can actually piggyback on a tourism project. So we will explore that later. As a next measure, because you're here in DC, and of course we have a distinguished ambassador here too. So we'll be exploring and keeping in touch with everybody. And we have a distribution list where we have all the emails of everybody. I think my internet connection is unstable. Can you all hear me? Yes, you can. And also with my esteemed co-moderator Prudence, who's with the AFCFTA, which you're moving to Ghana soon. So this is a very critical, you know, sector. And I'm sure that you're paying attention to this as a next measure, not just for Nigeria alone, but the rest of Africa that are involved in the creative industry. Because creative also goes beyond acting, dancing, and music, but there's also textile industry, there's crafts, you know, there's a lot. And of course, the eastern part of Africa, they spearhead a lot with respect to textile. There's, you know, it's very broad. So I'm excited about this because this is sort of we're going to be using this as a building block to the next stage. And I think, Prudence, do you want to add anything? And I think we can close at this stage. It's 2020. We still have just a few minutes. If anybody has anything to add, I think Kerry-Ann, you're there, but I didn't see you talk. Kerry-Ann, okay, maybe she's right here, but maybe she doesn't. Anybody?
I'm here, but it wasn't my session, so
I know, but you're free to talk. This is our last session. Do you want to add?
Right. No, I just wanted to thank, you know, the presenters as well, and the keynote speaker for also adding to the conversation that I would have been a part of this morning. I just wanted to make a quick point on what Delia had discussed in terms of, you know, a lot of spaces and settings and even systems and structures that are requiring artists to have a management and legal knowledge that may not be fair to them, but just to say that the directions, even at the institution at the Emmanuel College of the Visual and Performing Arts, and to work with like the Jamaica Business Development Corporation, is to provide structure and support through education and training to sensitize artists to some of these areas, and even signaling for them that even if you don't know it, you may need to go and find someone who knows it. So that is quite important. And I mentioned earlier in my session that in my block that the college also has a small business development center, and that was through the cooperation with the Jamaica Business Development Corporation. And that center is there to provide that kind of entrepreneurship support, advice, and development. And the college also has an arts management program that is looking very much at that. And it arose out of a need and an acknowledgement that there is a need for the artist manager. And so I also believe that is another way that this group can collaborate, and that would be within that sense of the artist management and structures and persons, key contact persons that artists can go to for that kind of advice and direction. So I would just add that to all that has been said.
Thank you. And I'll pass on to my co-moderator to close, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Val. I will not take much of your time. I think it is getting very late here in Addis Ababa. So I have interest in closing this discussion and going home. I have learned a lot. Let me start by thanking all the speakers right from the morning up to now. It has been a very, very rich conversation, and I wish, Val, if you allow, we could come up with a written document of recommendations out of these two sessions. Secondly, I would give advice to the audience who are here that we need to, first of all, to understand the industry, because many people don't understand the industry, and this is a very important industry. So the starting point is to make industry understood by everyone. You are operating in the industry, understand it very well, but I'm telling you, the rest of the world do not understand it very well. And from there, when we have popularized it, that's when we can also see policies coming up. Because you can see that most of the issues that have been raised here are related to the fact that governments have not been giving due importance to this sector. Some of the activities are not regulated. Some of the activities are not in the priorities of governments, but yet they contribute hugely to the economy of the countries. So I pledge that we popularize this sector. We are going to take it seriously with the African Continental Free Trade Area. We make sure that we build strong networks. Someone talked about management system that is serious. We have to put in place a management system that is strong to ensure that the advocacy goes soundly and reaches everywhere. I think with those few remarks, I would like to thank you very much, all of you, and also thank you, excellent moderator, Professor Val, for putting together this event as the co-host and also co-moderator.
I thank you. Thank you. I thank everybody for being here. Esteemed guests, distinguished guests. That's very wonderful. And we shall continue. Take care and goodbye.
Definitely.
Do you want to promote your business? Do you want to talk about your nonprofit organization? Do you want to talk about your culture? Introducing the online web TV, Afric Today. Fogham. You can watch us live at the same time on 4 platforms: Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and using the Afric Today app. Download our app today for Android or Apple. Promote your business today. For more information, go to www.africtoday.com. Afric Today, the best of digital TV.